It's campaign and conquest, let's play TTRPGs done right. War games and gaming, with Storm and Magenta tonight. We got a new system best you'll ever see, a paracosmic convergence of distance masterpiece. It's got the hit shots of plays every genre so well, that you would think it was crafted in the depths of hell. It's campaigns and conquests, the best that there is. War games and gaming, with a system that wins. Whether you're a pro or a fighting kid, we've got something better, it's really the shit. Custom worlds, random tables galore, got all the backcomes and so much more. It's campaigns and conquests, the only true way. War games and gaming, all night and all day. It's campaigns and conquests, better subscribe to the show. War games and gaming, and now you know. It's campaigns and conquests, and we're feeling alright. War games and gaming, we're Storm and Magenta tonight.
Explore the rule books and philosophies behind your favorite tabletop games. Today, we're tackling a deceptively simple question. If you change the rules of a role playing game, are you still playing the same game?
Right. Right. Yep. Hello. Are you? Yeah, it depends on lots of factors. So,
We're going to get into a discussion of all those factors, but I think we've kind of gotten ahead of ourselves just a little bit. Sorry for the interruption there. I had a little background action going on here that was unexpected. I apologize. But my name is Magenta. I'm the co-host, and we're joined tonight by Storm, our host. We're going to be going over this. So before we get into the topic at hand, or after, you tell me. But I did have something I wanted to share, if I'm allowed. What do you think?
yeah, go
What do you
ahead.
think, Storm? Okay. Because I actually have been shopping again. So I've got a new product I wanted to kind of review real quick. And this is going to be, it's a purchase for more miniatures. I kind of did this before with a miniature set that came with the whole painting set, which was a really good set. That was by War Painter. I actually finished painting those, but this one is a new purchase. This one's by Wildspire.
There we go.
Yeah.
Took a minute for your camera to turn on.
Oh, is the camera on?
It is now. It took a second.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so this is the Hero Set 15 miniatures by Wildspire, and they're 28 millimeter scale. And we open these up here. They come in a little Ziploc bag. There's a nice thank you card in. Now, this also has on the back of the thank you card, it's got a free campaign setting. It comes with 200 digital pages. And it's the Heroes of Solon Boiler Bay. It's a homebrew game. It's got a scan code. I'm covering that because out of respect for, they're selling this product. They don't want to give away their stuff for free. But if you buy it, it does come with a QR code to scan that you can get it yourself. So, so that's I haven't checked that out yet. To be fair, I didn't do that part yet, but we might do that on another show and kind of go through.
When the miniatures are painted and ready to be used, then we can play the game with the miniatures.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so then here's some of the miniatures. Let's see if we can see what this guy is. It's kind of hard to get him up close here where you can get a good view. Tell me when you can see this guy real good here. Can you see him?
I can see him pretty well. He looks swashbucklery. He's got horns. Maybe a tiefling or something, maybe.
And this is really delicate right here. Looks like it may have gotten bent while it was in there, but it looks like he's got a dagger in his teeth.
Oh, that's a ponytail. So he's like a buccaneer or something.
Yeah, he's got a ponytail in the back and a dagger in his teeth, and it looks like a samurai sword, kind of. But he's an interesting little guy. The nice thing
Sorry.
about these compared to the other ones is you don't have to build these. Now, this guy kind of looks like a pirate too, in a way. I don't know if he's carrying a torch there. Might be a torch, or he's got like a peg arm because I don't see a hand there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's supposed to be a torch or what. Yeah, interesting.
But he's got a set of books, so I'm assuming he's a cleric of some kind.
Maybe
I
that's supposed
suppose
to
you
be a
could
mace.
may have been a mace. Yep. Hold on. This
Crouching
guy,
tiger, hidden dragon.
he looks pretty animated right there. And what's this little guy? Yeah, another fighter. There are some NPCs and monsters in here. This one kind of looks like Kung Fu Panda.
Jeez.
Doesn't he?
You're right, he does. Yeah.
And then what have we got? Oh, yeah, this one I think is my favorite out of the bunch here. I can't wait to paint this one. Let's see. Wait for my
Yeah,
camera.
the more you zoom in, the less it focuses. Unfortunately, your camera's
There we go.
there. It is. That's the optimal
Yeah.
distance. Looks like a minotaur or something.
Yeah, he's a minotaur. If you turn him around.
They're nice. They're fairly decent quality. How for the price,
Yeah, I spent $19.99 was the cost on Amazon for this set, so it wasn't too expensive. Yeah, look at this lion guy. Can you see him?
I know there's techniques to. Well, there was for the pewter and the metal that I used. I'm assuming there's something you can use to straighten those daggers and bent pieces out, stuff like that.
Probably.
I don't
You
know
do.
what it
I
is,
know
though.
these come without any primer. You have to paint them with primer before
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Let's see. There we go. Takes a minute for my camera focus to get in there, but that looks like I don't know if that's one of the bad guys or just a badass. I'm not sure. And
Now they
then,
do have somewhere you could. It seemed like they came with cards, like data cards for what kind of characters they were or something.
well, no, there's that the card that came
Oh,
with it
they
with
come
the
in there.
QR
Yeah,
code. So if you
yeah.
download the PDF, it's going to have the details on those guys.
So
So
those are characters with names and stats. I mean, not that you have to use them as such, but they do come with that
right,
too.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm sure you could freeform it too if you wanted
right.
to. But all in all, I would say as a review on this, the value for the price.
Yeah, for $20, I mean, is it perfect? No, but it's $20.
Look at this dwarf. I love this guy here. I don't know if he can. There we go.
Yeah, that's cool. He's
Yeah.
very traditional, got the braids and everything.
Yeah,
Um,
braids in his beards and a mouse folk. I've always wanted one of those.
oh yeah, there's a
He's an angry mouse folk. Look at him. He's ready to tear your
yeah,
face off
that's right.
with the needle. He's got a sewing needle.
There's
And the button for a shield is awesome.
there's a there's a fellow that follows me that's made his own RPG and world that has. I don't want to sound like I'm dissing the dude, but to me it looked like the old Happy Farm or Happy Town books that I used to read as a young kid,
Mhm.
where
Oh yeah, Busy
everybody was
Town.
yeah,
With the
yeah,
killers
Busy
of
Town.
Busy
That's
Town.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's done that. And there's bunnies and stuff like that in there. I have to give you the
Hey, look,
link.
it's Steven
You might like
Seagal, the
that.
cook fighter.
Yeah, right. He's in the battleship, ready to.
Yeah, he's got a Navy uniform on and everything. See,
He's
I'm
under
just the
siege.
cook.
He's under siege. Right. Yeah.
I'm just the cook. That's all. Okay. Anyway, so that's those guys. I also got some other cool stuff here. So if you don't mind indulging me, I'm
Just
gonna
one more time. Who was the manufacturer there?
This is a company called Wildspire.
Okay.
Um, and this is the set. The hero. This one's the hero set. They're 28 millimeters scale miniatures.
Right. And they have other sets, bad guys and
They
stuff
do
like that
have other
too.
sets, yeah. So
Right.
you could get other things, but yeah, if you wanted to see these, this shows really kind of all the characters. See if I can get those a clear enough image, so you can see all of them
Right.
in the picture form there.
Very nice.
Definitely, I feel very happy with these.
Right. It's, I mean,
Haven't
for
started
20
painting yet,
bucks,
but yeah, you can't
that's
beat that.
solid. Right.
Now the other kit was, I think I paid close to 50 for that, but it came with it was a starter kit, came with the paints and everything. And if you've ever gone and priced the paints for painting miniatures,
Yeah.
yeah, crazy, crazy.
Especially for quality stuff. There,
Yeah,
for years there was lots of things where people go, well, the quality, you want to get the good stuff, the Schwinn versus the Huffy or whatever. And 9 times out of 10, the only thing that's different is the name on the bike or something. But when it
right,
comes to these kinds of paints, there really can be a difference in quality and stuff like
right.
that. So yeah,
The
you want
paint
to make sure.
quality with the kit that I got, the other kit, which is let's see if I can grab one of these paint things here real quick without jarring everything else. But it's Army Painter, I think was the name of the company, if I remember right.
Army painting, sir.
Yeah, Army Painter is the
Sorry.
manufacturer of it.
I
Um,
won't do any more of those voices that made
so
everybody's
this is
ears ring
Game
bleed.
Master. It's acrylic paints. They have the beads inside, so you shake them, it mixes well.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and it comes with the wash, it comes with the primer, all that stuff. So,
Cool.
and the paint, there were a couple paintbrushes. I wasn't real happy with the quality of the paintbrushes, honestly. And I don't know if that was just a packaging error that mine came kind of bent up, but I got new paintbrushes and they were very helpful. Made a big difference. This is the next purchase that I made, and this may seem irrelevant because you're not going to paint miniatures with these, but these are watercolor pencils, and
But you
this
can
is a
make
really
maps
nice
with them.
set. Huh?
You can
Yeah,
make
for
maps with
coloring
them.
maps and stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is a really nice set. It was a little bit on the kind of expensive side in the $40 range too, but it comes with this nice case, some instructions for how to, how to use watercolor pencils, whether you're just drawing or coloring with them, or you can mix with water and blend and all that kind of stuff. Some really, really cool things there. I haven't used these yet, but this is the reason I got them was for this. And this is probably my favorite. Well, one of my favorites. There's two of these, but this is the Dungeons and Dragons coloring book. And
Now,
this is
if you're old school and you go through this thing, like
the Wizards of the Coast
Grr, there's
official
a
licensed
few
product.
things in there.
So
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
it's
So this
licensed,
is
but mother.
okay. I know how you are with that, but this was done in, let's see, let's give the stats on it here so you can see the source material where it came from. It is from, what was it, 2016, did we determine? No, 2023.
2023.
Sorry.
Yeah,
2023. So very recent. And this is Wizards of the Coast. So
they've
official license
there's
D&D
some
stuff.
there's some famous stuff. The player's manual, the original player's manual from AD&D is in there, but it's kind of not in there.
Well, it's used, it's
They've
incorporated into another scene, like a part of a dungeon scene, but this
it's an
is great right here.
abomination. It's an
Okay.
abomination.
I've shown this to Storm and he is not pleased. But there's a lot of traditional stuff in here too. And
Uh,
the quality,
just slightly, you know, pooped on.
nice quality paper. I don't know if you can kind of hear the thickness of that, but it is not your, dime store coloring book. This
Let's
is
get a good look at that one because that's from the Monster Manual. That one is like the least, there's no overt, destruction of that particular one. But if you look at the player's manual one,
yeah.
they did some
One
things to it.
thing I wish was different is that there are quite a few times in this book where you have pictures that go across the scene like this.
Yeah,
That's going to be super hard to color.
Yeah.
That's going to look funky. You're going to have a spot there where it's like, super dark, or you're going to have to be really careful how you color that for it to not look goofy. But these ones where they're just like one image on each page, they're really nice. Or,
Well,
I mean, this is actually done that way too, where it goes across, but it's not as critical with this one, I don't think.
yeah,
I mean, these could also be looked at as two different images.
right. Well, that stuff looks good for the most part. You know,
Yeah.
there's other than my critical. See,
What? The owlbear? You don't like the owlbear?
no, the one on the other page. Again, that's not as bad, but for whatever reason, they decided to just mar the player's manual picture and the dungeon master uh, orange spine one looks all messed with too.
I'm going through these fast because if you
That's the
want to
front
take a
page
closer
of
look, you can
Beckman.
always pause the video and zoom in if you want a
Yeah.
closer look at any of these, but um, just kind of going through them real quick. We'll get to the one Storm keeps talking about. I love this dragon right here, though.
Yeah.
I can't wait to color that. That's going to be
Yeah, I
awesome.
don't want any. I mean, I don't want to rush you. I want to give you your. This is cool too, but I don't want people to go. Hey, I tuned in for something and you're not doing it.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm sorry. I do just want to show these though, because they're. And then while we talk about the other, we can have. I'm going to color a picture in the background, but
I don't
not
know
in
why
this
that
one.
one's. Oh, if you already tried,
Here's the
started.
one.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the one that he does not like.
It seems like. I guess the other page isn't supposed to be part of it, so I might. Right? Is that the case?
Right. I don't think they're related at
Okay. Well,
all.
that's my
No,
mistake. That's
they
my
don't
mistake
blend
then.
together. So this
Okay.
has nothing to do with this one.
I was very eager to be mad at it because it was made by Watsy, so that's my fault. Oops. Anyway,
And there's some really good artwork in here. If you like the art, I know a lot of people. One of the reasons that they're attracted to the whole world of Dungeons and Dragons is the artwork. So this is a chance to kind of become a part of the artwork. You know, color it yourself. And
Unearthed Arcana
there's
doesn't look like they changed that. This one here,
this one.
no,
This
the other one, that one.
This one.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that looks like they've done something to it. His face looks weird, but whatever. So that's it's fun stuff. No,
Oops.
but anyway, let me just
This is the one picture in the book I'm really kind of disappointed with. It's a great picture, but
yeah,
coloring in the
seam
middle
kills
of
it.
that seam,
Right. Yeah, that's
I don't
not
know.
ideal. No doubt.
That's I suppose it can be. We'll have to see how it works out, but it looks like it's going to be difficult to do. I
Right.
love this one right here. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, they've got all the so
I suppose you could even color the outside part of the book too. This feels like it's the right kind of material, although I
cool.
probably wouldn't myself. And last, but this one is I like this book better. This is not licensed to WotC or anything like that. This is just, I mean, look at that. How could you not love that, right?
Yeah, it's got great detail.
And they're each one is just one page, one character.
Cthulhu
These are
for
all your
president.
classic characters, huh?
Sure. Cthulhu for president, just a old reference.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Didn't we
Sure.
do that already?
Cthulhu.
No, in disguise, but yeah, maybe. Okay. Armored
Yeah, those are
skeleton.
very nice. Honestly, they look more well put together, more coherent to color. And I do like the artwork. It's not that the artwork depictions in the book you show previous are from famous artworks that are very fine depict. They're great pictures. It just for some reason the way that they put them on those pages makes them look busy and difficult and not really coherent as far as lines go, as far as coloring them. Where these look very solid.
Everybody wanted to see.
I mean, these are great looking even without being colored.
Right.
Yeah.
There's shading already in them.
Right.
So when you color with like colored
Excuse me.
pencils, like all the shading in here, you
Mhm.
just really have to put a tinge of color to, but it's you don't have to really do all the shading yourself, or you can enhance the shading with the color you're using.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean,
This
like
is your
again,
cross-eyed gargoyle. Everyone needs one of those as a pet.
right? Put on your front door. I mean, these are great just standalone.
I know, right? Even if you didn't color them, they'd be
Right.
great.
Right.
This reminds me that there's overlap in all the fantasy realms because this looks like it could come straight out of Harry Potter, but it's of course D&D and
Yep.
and it's
There's
a
a
unicorn in this case, but
fantasy vibe.
yeah, that goblin. Look at those ears.
Mm-hmm.
The tiefling. I didn't realize that they were quite so alluring, but anyway, revenant, merfolk.
Yeah, she's pretty hot for a tiefling, right?
You said it, not me.
Okay.
The human traveler. He's been through a lot. Look at his outfit. I mean,
Yep.
you can just tell.
Yep.
Viking.
Wow.
Vikings are cool. So anyway, I don't want to take up too much more of the time here. I'm going to find a picture.
That's a fairly thick book. It's pretty good. The orc looks great.
This one's really, I mean, and they weren't that expensive. I think $16 or something. So not too bad. I mean, more than you would spend if you were buying a coloring book at the, kids section of the grocery store or something, but
Right, but it's
it's worth it. These are definitely adult coloring books. I think some of these would give little kids nightmares, but
that elf looks bummed.
He does. He looks like he just lost his best friend.
Yeah, maybe he did.
And maybe he may have. Yeah, I mean, that happens sometimes. Just ruined city gates, just cool. Even though there's no actual characters in them, it's just a cool scenery.
All righty. So that's great stuff. Thanks for sharing. What is the name and manufacturer for people if they want to get that?
Yes.
Get that thing.
That would be important, right? Let's see. We're going to go to the back here. It doesn't really say this one. It doesn't have a manufacturer's name or any of that. It's just Dungeons, Dragons, and Mythical Creatures coloring book. I purchased it on Amazon. If you can scan, if anybody wants to stop the video and scan, you can probably find it by using your Google,
Excuse me. There's
Google
there's nothing in the front inset cover as to who, like a.
You would expect that, but no, you're greeted with this dragon.
So the pirated, all they did to get around is just put the dragon in front of invert them. It's Dragon and Dungeons, Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, it's Dragons, Dungeons, and Mythical Creatures.
Can't sue us now. Just a little bit of a change. That's whatever.
These are characters that are, I mean,
yeah.
I suppose the Mind Flayer, I think, was unique and uniquely created, but a lot of these others are really not something that would have been. I mean, you can't copyright an elf, right? Elves.
No. I mean, I'm just joking about the inversion of the Dungeons and Dragons to Dragons and Dungeons. So it's a fine product. We can't tell you where it's from because it doesn't want you to know. Apparently, you think it'd be a little bit more.
Best I can give you is the barcode right here. So hopefully that shows up well enough on the. You can.
But if you want it, you can find it. You can find it on Amazon by just searching.
Search for the name Dragons, Dungeons, and Mythical Creatures coloring book. Definitely worth it. I like this one actually better than the official Wizards of the Coast one, just because of I think I like the portrait style,
Right.
All right. Let's take one of these out and frame it and hang it on your wall.
Sure. Yeah, they're good stuff.
Yeah.
Let's jump into the subject here. So we're Campaigns and Conquest. We haven't been around for a while. Things get in the way, unfortunately. We are playing, as we always do, keep trying to breathe. I mean, there's life in it right now, but we always just try to keep it going. There's a West End Games D6 Star Wars game, second edition game, going on Thursdays at 4 p.m. Central Time on our Discord. And you can find the link down below when we post the video here. And you can find it at my Twitter account at Liberty for All 19, aka Old School Wargamer. Love to have more people play. The more the merrier. I can take a whole platoon as far as players. I do not have a limit. So it's set in 3 BBY, which means 3 years before the original Star Wars game. And it's all about the beginnings of the Rebel Alliance. It's a lot of fun, and we'd love to have more people. So if you're into that, let us know. Come and check it out. We'll get you in the game. So tonight we wanted to talk about something that was brought up by another individual. Want to make sure we credit and give you the backstory on that. Wizard Goes Boom is also at Wizard Goes Boom on YouTube. And they asked a question that caught my attention. Was asked, how much can you diverge from the rules before you are no longer playing the game, but something else? And there were some replies. Some days passed. Let people put in their 2 cents worth or more, and they came up with a Wizard Goes Boom came up with 3 schools of thought based on the myriad of answers that they received. And the first was formula. First was learn to talk. Formalist. The formalist view. Rules are the game. In the formalist view, the position is that strict rules define the game. Change them, and you are no longer playing the game, but some other game or some derivative. Just not the same game. So if you take pawns and make them more powerful than they were originally in the game, you're no longer playing chess, but some sort of chess derivative, something of that nature. So basically, what people often refer to now as the fundamentalist or browser rules as written viewpoint, where you can't change a thing and you have to use everything that's in the book. As many people are aware, it's a very dogmatic view when you talk about browsers and stuff like that. We'll go back to that a little bit. This is not going to turn into some punching bag thing where I rail about those people. I do enough of that. Everybody's gotten the point, but when you hear rules as written, and you've talked about this in the past on the interwebs, typically that little clique of individuals comes up. So I am not one. I've always taken this position in the past, and there's exceptions to every rule. So depends on what game you're playing, but generally I feel that you don't need to play rules as written to keep it the same game, or that there's some unwritten rule that you have to maintain all rules. I do feel, though, that if you're going to make major changes to a game, that you at least know all the rules and have played them a couple of times. I always use the analogy.
When you say know all the rules, you mean as written, like without alteration.
Right. Just so you know, my analogy is this. You can't work on a car if you don't know how a car works. So you should be able to understand all the pieces as they function together, and have maybe taken a thing for a spin around the block a couple of times, just so you know how it all plays out. Then make your changes if you really feel they need to be changed. So the next one is the intentionalist view. What did the creators intend? These people, or this viewpoint, I should say more accurately, sees the designer's vision as central. The rules aren't laws, they're instruments to create a certain kind of play, and that kind of play is what you're aiming for. The creators explicitly or implicitly allow house rules. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't, maybe they've stated that, or maybe that's part of the spirit. And if you make those house rules changes, you're still part of the game or its evolution. Gary Gygax comes in here, and you have somebody in one of these threads. This isn't the only thread that has been kind of along these lines. Somebody said something to the effect, I'm not going to get it exactly right, but basically nobody contradicts Gary more than Gary, and that's certainly true. he really does seem difficult to pin down, because you'll read something that is almost antithetical to what he said about the same subject somewhere else. Um, but often people will cite him as saying, "Hey, he said in his books, especially AD&D First Edition, that go ahead, change it as you will. The DM is the final arbitrator. It's your world. You can play it the way you want it." And you'll hear people like Rob Kuntz and some people adjacent to him talking about how it was a sandbox, or a what's the other term that they use? Toolkit.
Oh, toolkit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to change the rules aren't heretical like the fundamentalist brochure type people find. It's in the spirit of the game. It's using the tools as intended. In other words, being creative. That's the intentionalist view. So, the next is, I'm sorry about drinking on the mic. I do have a spring thing going on, and if I don't wet the whistle, I start to sound bad. Sorry.
Okay, Kitty is coming to help with the painting and the coloring here. This is Baby. Everyone say hello. She's the sweetest little cat ever. She's also very, very nosy.
So the third one is the functionalist view, and what kind of experience does a game create? You might change initiative from a die roll to a card draw. Does that stop making it D&D in that case? So according to these people, it does not. You're looking for the same experience, and the argument is that it doesn't matter what path you take or what mechanics you use, just as long as you're achieving the experience desired. So, and that remains D&D or whatever other RPG you're talking about. So, how are you?
Come on, Kitty. Okay. Cat versus dragon. Kitty has won.
Okay. Do you have anything to contribute to any of the statement here?
Can you repeat the last statement? I'm so sorry. I was a little. I had a cat distraction.
That's all right.
Going on. Yeah. You stay down. Stay down. She's like, I want to get over there and see what you're doing. But go ahead with what you were saying. I'm so sorry.
All right. So, anything about anything that I've said, have you been able to interpret any of it?
I have been able to interpret any of it, and I think it's true. I mean, from everything that I've read and that I've experienced so far, I think the variation that came with Dungeons and Dragons was not an aberration, but part of the original plan.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anybody in the audience? I don't know if there is anybody in the audience, but if there is and you want to say something, feel free to say something. Anyway.
One thing I will say, though, in regards to the variations, it's great for individual games, and when it works, it is outstanding. But I will also say that it's kind of sometimes hard to know what you're going to get in a specific game with that much possible variation. So as a person who's playing, I think knowing that you have a DM who's upfront with things might be, that might be something that I think anyone who's being a dungeon master or game master should be conscious of when they're, putting together a game, making sure that they are letting players know what their school of thought is, how they're going to be, handling rules and things like that. And she's just going to park right on this picture. Anyway, would you like to be painted, Kitty? But yeah, that's my take on it. That it's good to have that variation leads to creativity, leads to more interesting gameplay. but it can sometimes be unpredictable as a player choosing who you're going to be playing with, because you may not, know what to expect all the time.
How does have other players affect that specifically?
I'm sorry, how do other players affect that?
Well, you said playing with different people becomes
No, I mean, so as a player seeking out a game, and you're going to have a GM or a dungeon master, um, if you don't know what style that dungeon master has, as a player, you might be, not knowing what to expect. So I think there has to be kind of a way that, I don't know. We've talked about this before. Somebody tried to do a rating system once, or a way to kind of identify for players and DMs, what their school of thought is on specific things. But I'm just saying the unpredictable nature of that. It means you really probably should ask some questions as you're choosing a GM or DM, so that you're finding the right fit for you.
okay, but this is about the rules, not
Yeah.
the
I
DM.
know. I
Okay.
agree with you on that. It is about the rules and the philosophy of rules, but with different schools of thought on that philosophy, that means that as a player, you may want to know what philosophy your GM is playing with.
Okay. Let's go through them again.
Okay.
I think you were distracted by everything that doesn't look like the cat's going to let you work anyway. So
She's not.
yeah.
She's
Let's
looking
get
at
the
me like,
yeah. It's neat to watch, but it's kind of I don't know, maybe it's distracting a little bit too much as far as
it's the cat.
conversation.
No, it's the cat that's distracting her, climbing on stuff. So that could happen in any case. But anyway, go
Just
go ahead. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, let her have it, and we'll keep talking, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So once again, um, the three major schools of thought, and the question being, uh, when is the game no longer the game, based on any variance or changes?
Mhm.
And several of the people responded with what was termed as the formalist position. Is strict. The rules define the game. Changing them, and you're no longer playing something else, and you are playing something else. Not necessarily bad, just not the same game. Imagine a game of chess where the pawns can move forward, or excuse
Backward.
me, and backward.
Mhm.
Uh, for a formalist, that's no longer chess. It might be house rule chess, or funky time chess, or whatever, but it's not chess. In RPGs, this shows up in organized play, tournaments, and online spaces where rules is written are gospel. Um, yeah, here's one of the things. One of the deals with the formalist view, or with the idea of rules as written, was um, eh, his name comes up all the time. I know, but here again, because he's the last one around to know. Um, Rob Coons has told us. He goes, one of the intentions, one of the reasons for the creation of advanced Dungeons and Dragons was that, because the original set, sometimes referred to as LBB or Little Brown Books, or original Dungeons and Dragons, really was the kind of toolkit that we're about to talk about in the next segment thing here, but that you, well, here, let's do this. Let's do this. There's a, not not everybody bases everything off of what Gary said, but a sure shit lot of people do. And a whole bunch of this argument came from that sort of stuff. So we're going to go to um, Dragon Magazine directly, and we're going to read from Gary. Now, I'm not one to be Gary is the word of God and all that, but in this case, this interview does illuminate and clarify some of this issue. So we'll just, and I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. This is not story time, but the quote, I'm going to read the quote to you. As soon as I found it. All right. So actually, I'm not going to find it, so we'll paraphrase it. So basically what he said was that OD&D is indeed that toolbox, and it is played differently by about everybody. It became well known that, you know, individual groups went their own way, adding and modifying rules. That was encouraged. They told you to do that in the book. Oh, here it is. I did finally get to it. But because D&D allowed such freedom, because the work itself said so, because the initial batch of DMs were so imaginative and creative, because the rules were incomplete, vague, and often ambiguous, D&D has turned into a non-game. So
It's an experience.
Well, so if you want, but he said a
I like it
non-game.
because of that. So yeah.
But he just he said non-game. So it's kind of interesting. We're talking about, is it a game or is it not a game? He has said that because it became so variated and also so vague and ambiguous in certain spots that it turned into a non-game. So is it a game or not a game? Sounds like Gary's saying there is a point where if you modify the hell out of it too much, it no longer is the game. But there's more. He does somewhat go on to clarify. That is, there's so much variation between the way the game is played from region to region, state to state, area to area, and even from group to group within a metropolitan district, that there is no continuity and little agreement as to just what the game is and how best to play it. And here we are today, some 50 years after this statement, or 45, and my math is a little bit off, still going through that question. Without destroying the imagination, he further says, an individual and individual creativity, which go into a campaign, AD&D rectifies the shortcomings of D&D. There are few gray areas in AD&D, and there will be no question in the mind of participants as to what the game is and is all about. There is form and structure to AD&D, and any variation of these integral portions of the game will obviously make it something else. So, in other parts, he mentions where D&D is very loose, open framework around which highly imaginative dungeon masters, this is the same interview, just in a different place, dungeon masters can construct what amounts to a set of rules and a game of their own choosing. AD&D is a much tighter and more structured game system. So basically what he has said with that is he's made his opinion, at least in this period of time, in this context, that's his opinion. One of the problems with Gary, as we just said earlier, is he's very good at contradicting himself and does it a lot of times. Basically, that's explained as there's business Gary and there's gamer Gary. And gamer Gary has a completely different outlook than business Gary does. Business Gary has to sell a product. There's a certain way that you sell a product. You make the, if you want to sell a game, the rule book has to be somewhat necessary because the product is the rule books. So AD&D was among other things, an attempt to standardize the mechanical and rules language across all the states and places where he said everybody had kind of developed their own local language, their own specific ways of playing. If you all want to meet at some place like Gen Con or Origins or whatever convention you're going to have some sort of standardization. And we'll have to adhere to that standardization so everybody can play in the same playing field and have equality and so forth. And the DM can run it without going berserk. Imagine, so they don't want to go through and foresaw what people like myself sometimes go through. As Magenta mentioned earlier, you get a bunch of people together and they all come from different play styles or desire different play styles. They say, hey, we want to play in your Star Wars game because we want to play a game and we like Star Wars. They sit down and they hear how I'm going to do it and they go, well, I don't want to play that kind of Star Wars, or I don't want to play that kind of game. And they're not interested because there's preferences have become fingerprint individuality in RPGs. But if we're all going to sit down and agree to play locally, in some sort of organized fashion, there's going to have to be structure. So what you have with Dungeons and Dragons, this isn't just about Dungeons and Dragons, but the originator of this inquiry is, I think, predominantly concerned with Dungeons and Dragons. You have different different versions that are trying to achieve different aims. The original Dungeons and Dragons are just, here's a bunch of cool ideas and rules that we've kind of haphazardly thrown together. Here's some more that we used and bound them into 3 books and said, here, start here, take what you want, make whatever else you can come up with that works for you. And now you have this, like Magenta was saying, this experience, this vibe. And I think that fits under perhaps the functionalist view as one of the other 3 that this Wizard Goes Boom's come up with. The functional asks, what kind of experience does the game create? If change in the rules still gives you roughly the same dynamic, exploration, danger, growth, teamwork, then it's functionally the same game. You might change initiative from a die roll to a card draw. Does that stop being D&D? Not really. The dungeon is still there. The party's still arguing over who opens the door, and monsters still lurk. It's the experience that matters, not the engine under the hood. And that's where OD&D, they're kind of saying that. So that's a great philosophy if you're into, let's just role play with a group. But going back to the gamer Gary versus business Gary, but if you're business Gary, that doesn't leave you a lot to monetize. There's no real products to come off of that. So with go ahead. Yes.
And not just, I mean, Gary is important to the discussion because obviously he kind of, started things off and got the ball rolling with making it a nationwide phenomenon and expanding the pool of players. But one thing I will say, if you go too far down the road of, it doesn't matter, you can chuck the rules, you can have the creativity, you end up with really, I mean, theater of the mind is a great aspect of the game, but it can't be the only part of the game. If you have no rules to follow, you have no way of determining, you end up back in like the story that you always tell about your origin story of getting into wargaming and that kind of strategy games. You end up back with I shot you, no you didn't, I shot you.
Right.
How do you determine what actually happened if you don't have a consistent set of rules? Does that make sense?
Right, exactly that. And that's there
Or
is a definition to game. A definition of game is a contest bound by rules, sometimes arbitrated by a neutral party. I mean, the dictionary has, so yeah, you can't, if you, so let's just, I agree with that. And no, Gary's not everything. But me bringing up the Gary story was to kind of lead people down these 3 things. So the third one is the intentionalist viewpoint. And they see the designer's vision is central. The rules aren't laws; they're instruments to create a certain kind of play, and that certain kind of play was the intention. And that's why I brought up the little brown books, the old original D&D, because Gary often encouraged people, as we just read, to tinker, adjust, and invent new things. and that the little brown books are just a amalgamation of what could almost be individual rules that can be taken, switched around like Legos, put into different combinations, added with different parts and so on and so forth, to create that sort of thing. So other examples of that, there was a game by SPI called Strategy 1, and it was a box and, chits and rules, just like every other war game SPI made, but it really was just a whole bunch of, it was like an overall system and a bunch of subsystems for wars that went from something like 1644 to 1984 or something like that. But it really ended up being this kind of sandbox tool type of deal, where you took those ideas in the same way and could play with them and rearrange them to your liking or add or subtract and stuff like that. So Panzer Blitz and Panzer Leader, one of my personal favorite games. I'll always play that stuff. Wasn't intended to be a sandbox set of rules, but that's what they ended up being. So if you wanted to go by the intentionalist viewpoint, then you would have a very different game with Panzer Leader, because a lot of those variants went beyond the intention of the designers and creators of it. But because it did, and the rules were modified, adjusted, added on to, and so forth, it breathed life into a game that was, oh, you really came close to something great, but there's these huge flaws. And those huge flaws were kind of crippling to the game if they weren't changed. So that leads to the next thing. But, well, there's one more part. So you'll see a lot of people who go, yeah, right, Gary said you could do whatever you want. Or whoever else did. Or it doesn't matter. Or I'll change the rules and play them as I want in my own home. And sure, you can do that. When we were preparing for this, Robin asked, or Magenta asked several times, and she's kind of here, but I think she's gone. Did you leave?
No, I am here. I had to mute my mom needed something, so she just kind of burst into the room. Sorry, you guys, for the distraction. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. I was like, boy, you're silent. You're usually very much a contributor to the conversation.
Yeah, no, I am with you on the conversation. I just had a momentary interruption, so I apologize for that. But
so there's people that go, yeah, you can take it and do whatever you want with it. Now, and Magenta was asking, well, where do you stand? Where are you at in these three categories that were developed by this individual? And I says, I don't know that I fit in any particular one of them. I don't like elimination of rules. I don't like line item vetoes. There's a lot of people that go, well, we played Dungeons and Dragons, but we never played with encumbrance because they found it cumbersome. I don't, that's not to me, that is not the approach to modifying that I want to take. I don't think that it's, I don't know how to put this. It's like, well, let's put it this way. Let's put it to you this way. Let's say you're playing kickball, but you can't run any faster than a turtle. Then you might want to eliminate that rule where getting beamed by the ball, gets you out. You might want them to, go back to baseball where they've got to, tag the base or something like that. Whatever it is, some sort of change. Usually elimination of rule is because somebody doesn't want to address the challenges that rule presents in game or something like that. Usually people say, no, that's not it. I just don't want to do the paperwork involved. Well, but I think that's where you start getting into. It's one thing to change the carburetor on an engine. It's another thing to go, we don't need that carburetor. Because you kind of do. Now, if you wanted, 4 barrels instead of 2 because you're looking for performance, you can switch it out or something like that. Or if you decide you have enough engineering skill or whatever to go, from normally aspirated to fuel injected or something like that and make some sort of modification. Okay. But just ripping parts out of a system tends to make the system not work right. So I'm not a fan of elimination. I prefer modification. So ignoring rules isn't the same as changing them I think functionally, not just in my opinion. I think if you examine how rules and systems work, that kind of thing, a rule requires understanding of what it does. If you're engaging with it, maybe you tweak the morale mechanics or add a different reaction table. That's design. But ignoring or eliminating rules, on the other hand, often leads to the instability that I just talked about. Skip morale checks or initiative systems or encumbrance, and you lose not just mechanics, you lose structure, tension, pacing, and perhaps the theme of the game. Imagine removing all movement penalties in a war game. Sure, you'll have less calculations mathematically or whatever, but you've also made instead of being on a train or on a someplace on Earth, now you're on a gymnasium floor or a pool table. There's no difference between any of it. You're eliminating not just realism, but it just changes the dynamic quite a bit. In RPGs, rules are there for emergent play. They're not there to complicate matters. Typically, yeah, and you're going to hear it. Typically, what's considered complicated really isn't, but it isn't desired for a variety of reasons. Deleting without thinking doesn't make the game smoother or faster. It makes it more fragile and less meaningful, and yes, less emergent. So if you were to go to, and I know Panzer Blitz is like this archaic stone tablet to most people that you never really, it might not be the greatest analogy, but there were fundamental flaws in a couple of the rules. Just eliminating those rules wouldn't fix that flaw. And what you would have had is a system who goes, yeah, that was kind of a piece of crap. And everybody why does it sound like somebody's blowing bubbles?
I'm blowing bubbles over here. No, sorry. That's just a little background noise. Sorry about that.
But for people who were against modification, if you were from the strict rules as written, now you've taken a game that has had decades worth of popularity, a large fan base, a creative fan base that's contributed to it, expanded it, and breathed replayability and life into it, and stifled it into this one time Dunnigan made a war game that sucked because this one rule wasn't good. And so it doesn't, it's kind of having that fundamentalist view is kind of stifling and narrow-minded, in my opinion. But there are people that go, well, not everybody is right all the time, but Gary said, or Jim said, or, well, you're not published, but I am. There's a lot of people that flaunt credentialism because somewhere they've got a piece of paper that has their name in the author byline, and they think that gives them carte blanche to make commentary that the plebes who can't respond to. It's a very, I really despise it. Typically from the formalists are like that, like the Brosser people. The idea that you need authority or permission to modify rules, and otherwise the only correct way to play And the only way that the game is not to use that. Some will often say that's not how the rules are written, so you're playing wrong. But that's an argument from authority, which is a logical fallacy. It's not very intellectually sound. The rules are not sacred texts. They are tools, and designers are not infallible prophets. Gary wasn't always right. And you can say that's ridiculous and only your opinion. That's fine. But in what I'm saying wasn't right was making a personal preference a declarative statement, such as it wouldn't be fun to play this way, so we set the rules up so you don't have to play that way, or you shouldn't play that way. They wouldn't be fun for you to play. That's subjective. There's a lot of people in the hobby who will. There's one guy who's a designer, and he likes to say, I'm a designer, and my experience as a designer gives me this authority to make this statement. This game that I didn't write, but I did play, is mediocre, and there's better stuff around. And you're completely welcome to that opinion. But that opinion isn't factual, and it doesn't hold more weight just because you made some other game. It's a great game, and it's not mediocre. So anybody who says you're not qualified to change the rules, qualified by what? The fact that somewhere somebody published what you said? Listen, there's a lot of people that publish games, and not all of them are good. There's a lot of people that publish a lot of games, and they're not all good. They're not all bad. But the time I talked to Gary, it was to say, hey, why are you saying it this way? What is with all this everything's complicated stuff? What exact, and I never really got to get an answer out of that because, but they're just people, and they're not infallible. So, this would be the
I'm
part.
infallible, though.
Okay, this would be the
I'm
part.
not. That was evidence of my infallibility to say that.
Okay, all right. Well, this would be the part where we'd have a discussion about it, but there is no audience participation as usual, and
well, to be
Magenta's
fair, we have
not
not
around.
been. I am here. I'm talking right now. You can hear me, right? I'm trying to not get in your way, as I sometimes tend to kind of distract and kind of get in the, take the topic and places where it doesn't need to go, that kind of thing. I'm trying to behave.
Okay.
No, sometimes I can be a little bit. Well, obviously, we don't always agree on everything, but also sometimes I can just be more of a distraction than an.
Well, I appreciate that. I
Yeah.
did tell people. I said sometimes you do want to wrestle with me, and it doesn't come off good, but we'll find the sweet spot, because you went from that to dead silent.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be
Somewhat
dead
distracted.
silent, but
At one point,
No.
I caught you playing a mobile game.
What, tonight?
Yeah,
No.
that bubble sound, wasn't that a mobile game?
No, that was so, my family was hungry. That's what my mom came in. She's in her 70s, and she was hungry, and she doesn't always have the best appetite. Um, but I wanted to I was ordering a pizza.
But
Sorry.
what is? Oh, that was your phone, because it sounded like
The
bubbles
sound of
popping.
Yeah, well, it's her phone, actually. I had to order it on her phone because my phone is being used for the drawing here.
So, right.
Showing that, and I'm sorry. I know, I'll try and do better, but I have been listening intently, and I do agree with what you're saying.
What part?
So,
Spill it.
well, I think really there is a lot of inconsistency because changes happened over the years. They started in one place, they went on to make some changes, and it has caused some confusion. So now you end up with these different camps that are not necessarily that people chose to depart from each other, but that the game itself evolved over playing it. each player that comes to play the game adds something different to it as well. So I think that's a part of it. So I don't think that it's kind of, I mean, if we're going to answer the original question of the show, are you still playing the same game? Considering that it what began as an evolving game, in this case, yes. Chess, on the other hand, is an ancient game. Um, it does not change. It's built on mathematical formulas, strict strategies. If you started making changes to how the pawns move or other things, being able to bring a piece back if you roll dice alongside of chess, those kinds of things would change chess to something unrecognizable. But D&D never had that strictness. It was never meant to be that strict.
Well, again, you're not wrong, but you're not totally right. I brought up the
Oh,
Drake.
okay.
I brought up the Dragon magazine and read the quotes because it does depend. The original D&D was that it was a amalgamation of mechanics and ideas that were meant to be the appetizer to your creativity and
Mhm.
take and run with them and create whatever you want in the whereas first edition or excuse me, advanced D&D first edition 1E was stated to be this is a tournament set of rules. This is meant to be strict and played by those rules because we need something that uh, transcends all the OD&D games where everybody like they are today is playing the way they want with their small little group. And if they're going to come to a convention or a tournament, then there has to be some sort of standardization of it. So it was meant by the statements of Gygax when he was rolling it out in the Dragon magazine. This is a different deal. This is a different game. If you change these rules, you're no longer playing AD&D. They're strict by the book and intended to be so. Uh, the Little Brown books before that are the other way around. You're not supposed to play them rules as written. They are just some ideas and tools that you put together and create what you want out of it. So what you and if you look at the other versions, there's a version called BX. There's a version that is referred to as BECME, and you look at the people who created those, you'll see all different um, reasons as to why they made the decisions that they did when they created those products. But remember, more than any other part, that they are just that. They are products. And that the history of the game and Gary himself had two personalities. The guy who had a company that needed to stay afloat and make money by making products, and the dude that just wanted to game. And when it was the dude that just wanted to game, he was chill, he was lax, he wasn't into hardcore by the book gaming, and he wanted to just, come up with creativity and roll with it. But if you wanted to have something where you made money, you made, as uh, Rob Kuntz said, something like 80% of the products that came out of TSR once Advanced Dungeons and Dragons came out were pre-written adventures that were meant to be used in conjunction with Advanced Dungeons and Dragons rules because it's a product. We want to sell it. We want to keep it going out the door. Here, you have to buy these 3 books in order to play with this book. If you want to play with more books and more rules, here's more books with more rules. Here's more things that are um, consolidated into reference books that come from other things. Like sometimes you'd get a module that had its own charts in it and some additional rules specific to that. And then they would go and take those things and put them into another hardcover book because, hey, we can make a product all of this. We have the Dungeoneer's Guide, and it has all these different charts from different places, including, in some cases, things that were made by players that were put in Dragon Magazine. Creative variants that were added to the first edition game by players who wanted to breathe new life into it. So you have two things. Now, so as much as I do not like those Brosser guys, when they say if you want to play advanced D&D, you're not doing it right if you don't play rules as written. They're, it can, once you own something, like, let me do it this way. If I buy a tricycle and I never put my feet on the pillow or pedals after I buy it, but I have fun playing with it, who's doing something wrong? Nobody.
The
But
people who are all up in your business about how you ride your tricycle. I
right,
mean, how dare
exactly.
they? That's
Right.
what I say. But
And
then again, I'm a free-spirited kind of person. And
you're,
Tony is here saying hello. I don't know if you noticed in
I
the
cannot
comments.
see. Oh, I don't have that. Hello, Tony. Sorry, I didn't have the comments open, but I do see you now.
I
But
didn't want to interrupt you and step on your flow there because you were on a roll. But yeah, hi
right,
Tony.
right. So it's kind of it's one of these things where it's not really definitive, but there is some truth to the fact that in writing you can cite the that the creator of the game saying right there that he intended for that game to be played by the book. And if you don't play by the book, specifically, he said, then you're really not playing that game. But if it's OD&D, the other version, whatever. So, um, so if you're going to go through Formalist, Intentionalist, and Functionalist, okay, Formalist being in a short definition, the rules define the game, and if you're not using those rules, you're not playing that game by definition. The intentionalist is the designer's vision defines it. Okay. And the functionalist is the experience defines it. Well, what we have is, and just this one specific game, first edition D&D, which is really the focal point of why this individual Wizard Goes Boom brought this up in the first place. The designer is saying the intention of first edition, the intentionalist view, he's saying it's meant to be a strict by the book game for a variety of reasons, which in its own way confirms a formalist view based on these definitions that those rules define the game. So much so that he even says if you don't use those rules, you're not playing that game. So they actually are working together. Formalists and intentionalists are working together to say that that game is defined by its rules. And if you don't use them, it is no longer that game. Now, you can go play something like Panzer Blitz that I keep bringing up, and that all changes. It was never the intentionalist view for that game to be this giant system or all these variants or whatever. It was meant to be something that, for a set of reasons, modeled or addressed warfare, armored warfare on the Eastern Front in the mid to late era of the war. And then the second game was to address armored warfare mid to late era on the Western Front of the same war. And nothing more. And it was said we were trying to do tanks. The infantry part of the game and the other part was just kind of a secondary focal point, and all the scenarios that we chose were armor heavy, generally with a few exceptions, armor heavy historical battles, because it's an armored warfare game. Well, now it's a hell of a lot more than that. So, and then you have people that go, I don't care, I just want to play that cool war game where I'm out on the steppes of Russia fighting, the fascist vipers or whatever. And they're so the formalist and the intentional, like all three kind of apply, depending on what era and evolution of Panzer Leader and Blitz you're talking about. So the question doesn't really get answered, other than it depends. It
Tony's
depends on
question is, why make a game like that?
why make a game like what? Sorry. I talked a lot, so
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard sometimes to get because things don't always come through at the
there's
same
about a
time.
10-second
So
delay
it can be,
because
yeah.
my internet blows chow. So I we'll have to wait for a more specific. Sorry, then we can address it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it really it becomes one of these cyclical debates. Um, when you broaden the topic to RPGs in general, and to be
Is it a
fair,
debate though? Just to, I'm sorry to, I'm going to debate the nature. Is this debate a debate? But is it really a debate or a choice?
well, that's if you so finishing my original statement that the guy who put this out or gal, I don't even know if it's a guy or gal. I'm pretty sure it's a guy, but I don't want to, misgender anybody or anything like that. So they, whomever it was, the screen name is Wizards Go Boom, and it was intended to talk about D&D specifically. But because I don't want my show to be always about D&D, it is about D&D way more than I ever wanted it to be, and we talk about Gary and Rob a whole hell of a lot. I thought it'd be interesting to open it up to all RPG, which would have worked better if anybody ever participated in these conversations. But to be fair, he was talking about D&D, and the answer is that it depends on what version. Each version has a history. Each version has a different intention, and had a varying set of circumstances as to why the rules were put together the way they were for that specific thing. But yeah, but that's what leads these things in. One of the other weird things that happens that I've seen a lot of on the internet in these games, not just these games in hobby talk, but a lot of it is, if you've never heard of it, if you've never seen it, whomever you are, some people, lots of people. I'm waiting for the follow up from Tony, but it's not coming. It's been way past 10 seconds. Tony either gave up and left or went to the potty or something. Tony, you ain't there no more, are you? Is he there? He ain't even there. Anyway,
I can't tell.
yeah. So, but anyway, if you've never heard of or experienced it or whatever, you just assume it didn't exist. Like there's stuff like there's animals in Africa in the jungle that I've never seen, never heard of, don't know exist. And I know that. But a lot of people be like, I've never seen or heard that quote. I don't know how to explain what I'm talking about, really. Well, here's one. There were people that didn't know that the idea of taking one model on a miniatures war game board and saying, hey, this is more than one person. This is going to represent 100 because I can't afford or even find 10,000 of these to represent every soldier in Napoleon's army. Plus, even if I could, that'd be an awfully hard game to play. Would need a lot of room. So we'll just call this 20 men or something like that. And because nobody had, and that was written in a lot of rules over a period of decades. Okay. But this one dude had never read it before. So he just assumed that the minute that he read it in one book was that's an invention. That guy must have invented it. I've never heard of it before.
Right. No, it makes sense. If you've never, So if you think that sliced bread was invented when they started putting it in bags, then you don't know your history that people had knives for a lot longer and maybe they didn't sell the bread as sliced, but there was a reason for that. I'm That's a bad analogy, but yeah, I
Mine
mean,
was too, so
yeah,
we're not getting it
but
out.
the point is that you don't know what you don't know, and determining what's first is really hard because unless you have global eyes. I mean, there might have been some baker in early France who decided to slice bread and sell it by the slice like they do New York pizza. We don't know.
So right. Um, but this plays into the gaming issue sometimes too. Anyway, um,
Right, because with gaming, there were a lot. I mean, there were a lot of probably variations that H.G. Wells played with his Tiny War. That whole thing, that system, that are lost to antiquity because what happened around their tables. I mean, he did write a lot of his stuff down. He was an author after all, but then there was also, his. I'm sure that they probably had some creativity on the game board. They may have come up with some of the rules that were later used in games that were published that they just didn't publish, or they didn't, maybe they abandoned them. Who knows?
right.
So, who's the first one to invent a specific concept of wargaming, considering that it is a fluid type of exercise? There's People could have been trying those things on their own in their own parlors back in the day that they just never bothered to write down. They just, this is how we play, or they changed on the fly or that kind of thing.
Mhm. Right.
So it could be a long tradition. We act as if this is all new stuff that came about because we were there to witness its birth with D&D and the changing to advanced D&D and all of the other iterations. But um, we weren't there to see the other things that have come and gone, and we could be missing out and thinking we're discovering a first that's really not a first.
Right.
How do you just a side note here, what do you guys think of my dragon so far?
Very nice. Very nice.
I'm trying to give him some depth and variation in color and make his eyes really stand out here. I went with the traditional red dragon. Everybody cool with that?
That's very good. That's very good.
Red and orange, really. He's not going to be exclusively red, but and I don't know if oh, you like it, Tony? Thank you. Oh, thanks, Michael. Yeah, he's pretty cool actually. I like this dragon. So personally, the one thing oh, what can you make, Storm? Aha.
Nothing. I'm not an artist. I don't draw or paint or any of that stuff.
There's more than one type of art. You're a pretty good wordsmith, so your tools may differ, but that doesn't mean you're not an artist.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the way these watercolor pencils work with this because you can blend when you color with them. Then you just use the watercolors to blend out the all of the color strokes. From the it looks like you painted it, which you kind of did, but you kind of didn't. Also, it's pretty cool.
So now that we've covered all that and spoke to air again, um, we'll have to. There's got to be some time where we can do this where we're not being trounced on by other shows. Um,
Oh,
Maybe
is there another show that comes on at this time of night?
yeah, always. So
Oh, I
um,
see. Well,
it's,
we can do
it was a
different
late
times
stream
and
this time. Funny how that works, but maybe in the
aw.
afternoon or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to clean up my language because it'll probably be a bunch of 13-year-olds or whatever. But
Well, you
um,
should clean up your language anyway so that you don't end up
fuck
losing
that.
everything that you've created. Well, okay, your choice, but
Then you
personally,
need a bag of dicks. What? You can say that on this channel, right? YouTube, you can't do that to me, right?
you pretty much would
Fuck you
have
if
to
you can.
designate, don't you have to designate yourself as an adult only channel when you do that, and then
Well,
you
we're not
limit your
fucking
audience?
adults just because we're using that language. Come on, I'm not a fuddy duddy. I don't, right? I bailed out of bills early to swing. Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
appreciate that.
it's so fucking pointless to do this though. There's always somebody else streaming, and you'll never get anybody to come. It's just like that. That's why I haven't done
Uh,
these in a while. Um,
well, that and some other
I
reasons,
just
but
waste,
yeah.
dude. Even the guy who did like I said, hey, you did this, and it's interesting. So I'd like to talk about it, and I'm going to have people come and talk about it. Even they wouldn't retweet it. they didn't.
No.
They didn't even come. I'm like, it'd be helpful if you retweeted if you want me to discuss it. They I must uh, so they didn't even show up.
Hmm.
So that's why I don't know that this is my
You really, I think, this is not the forum to talk about it, but I think there are some strategies that could be employed that would make things a little bit more consistent and a little bit more successful, um, and expand your reach. And um, I'm on board with helping you with that. And I think that's kind of partly why I'm doing some of the reviews and stuff that I've been doing here, because I think that they're helpful to, kind of bring a little bit of variation, um, to the show as well. So it's not always debating things. Not that there's anything wrong with
right.
debating
But
things,
then it's
but
just like I don't. It's not my cup of tea. I mean, I don't mind watching you draw, and that's cool and all that. But I
you got to game the algorithm.
if you if you
Michael
don't if
sounds
you're
like
not
how do
well,
you game no, let's hear this. How do you game the algorithm? I'm interested to know because I'm all about that. If you game the algorithm, you do things that people are looking for. Is that or how is it just you've got to put like keywords? The more keywords you can put in there, the more likely you're going to get in front of people's faces. That's kind of what I was thinking.
I think that kind of stuff would work in a less niche industry. But here's the thing. There isn't very many people who don't know who I am and they still don't want to watch. So they probably aren't real too happy with what I have to say. They're not going to watch anyway. So, there's only about there's 99 people bill. So, I'm not one for being
Well,
friendly.
um, I don't know. This again, I don't think this is really the
There's
place
no
to
one
talk
watching.
about it.
Don't worry about it. It's going to be all right. There ain't nobody watching. I can read the monitor. But we
And
are,
we know
yeah,
that's not always accurate though, right?
yeah, but it's accurate enough.
Okay. Oh, pardon me. Sorry. My phone
But
is ringing. Hang on a
yeah, we
second.
would we were gonna do we were gonna do the
Pardon me. I'm gonna mute here. Hang
okay. We were gonna do the thing about rules is written again, but I went through it twice. She wasn't even listening the first time. um, she was playing Bubble Popper on her phone or something. Uh, yeah, we don't have to worry. Nobody fucking cares who swears here because there's no one to care. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't know. But I just that wizard goes boom thing was kind of he wrote this thing about what is it? When is a game not a game? And so I wanted to discuss that a little bit. But that's right. I mean, but you know what I mean. So I thought for sure that when I mentioned he was going to say it, that a bunch of people would go, "Oh yeah, I want to discuss this," because I said I want to hear what other people have to say about it. He go and he goes, "Oh yeah, I'll come. I want to tune into this." Well, so uh, so I went through the whole thing. I quoted the Gygax deal. I explained it twice because the first time she wasn't listening. That killed about an hour and a half. She did some stuff about miniatures and all that. That might have ran people. I mean, I don't know. She thought that if we showed some, like she's bought miniatures and begun painting them, and she bought some other. She brought some coloring books. So she showed that stuff off and explained who, wrote it and paged through it and all that stuff and talked about her miniatures and her paints and stuff for a while. But so we did that, and then we did the discussion thing. To me, I mean, if people like to watch playing a game, great. Find me some people who play a game with me. If people want to discuss the ins and outs of gaming, mechanics and stuff like that, that interests me to have a conversation. But that song and dance carnival barker shit, I can't. I don't have any interest in that at all. I don't. uh, Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I think the thing is that, like I say, it's whoever knows me. It's that they don't want to listen, or they're angry. Is about what it amounts to. Or he's that guy that doesn't know anything about anything. You know, he's if it isn't that Patty guy and his buddies saying I'm a shitty DM, it's the grocer cock, talking their dumb shit or whatever. You just get bad mouthed and nobody wants to listen to you. So I tried to mingle with people on that Bill stream, and all I got was people telling me I needed to take meds and stuff like that. And apparently Bill wasn't happy with my commentary either. So, so I gave up on that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm cut out for it. Temperamental and not very patient. So, but anyway, the answer is it depends on what game it is as to whether it's no longer a game if you change the rules. That's the answer. Nothing's definitive. So yeah, I wouldn't know what all channels. I mean,
Sorry for that interruption. Food came.
mm-hmm. So yep.
What's an alt channel?
Well, I think we were just discussing as to what content would fit better where, and maybe mixing them up doesn't make it any good. But well, you'll get mad if I say any more, so I'll just.
You're saying that I'm too distracted. Oh, you're on there
No,
twice. Sorry.
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say any of that at all. Honestly.
Okay. See, we've got some commentary and stuff going on now. I think it's just we have not been here for a while, so we lost our flow. I got pizza, Tony. I got I got mild buffalo wings and pizza from Toppers. So it's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. They got did they give you jalapenos?
No, I didn't want jalapenos.
Pussy.
Why?
Those things are awesome.
Oh, your thing, your taste.
Clear
Not
out your
me.
sinuses and you'll fart fire like uh, South Park.
I will leave that action for the dragon.
Yep. So the only other thing we were thinking about, well, I was thinking about doing was a playthrough, but you can't do a playthrough without players.
Yeah, playthrough would be fun, and we have been doing some pretty good work on some creative stuff going on. I don't want to give too many details away, and I'll leave that announcement for when we're really fully ready for.
Well, the art is still the thing. I can't get any art, and
Yeah.
the mafia won't let you release without paying blood money to their little clique of.
Well, maybe I will learn to draw some dragons here. I'm working on my art over here, so maybe we can do that.
I tried working with the AI, and it was a dick. It, dude,
Hey,
it was. I put in, and then somebody will say, well, I gave you some, and it was like Michael did some, and they look pretty good, and I don't know what words were different. In fact, I cut and paste what he said. He said to the uh, machine to make it, and it it gave me um, a knight without a helmet that looked like Shaggy from Scooby Doo. He was holding a sword by the blade instead of the hilt,
I
pointing
think
the
the
wrong
difference is you often
pointing the
cuss at
wrong
your
way.
AI and it doesn't like
I
you.
know I didn't swear at it at all. I just cut and paste what he put in. And it was holding the sword by the blade, pointing it in the wrong direction. Him and the dragon were facing the same way. It looked like a Jabberjaw uh, cartoon frame that somebody had changed Jabberjaw to a dragon, and I forget but anyway, it was awful. And I said, I didn't say swear to it, but I said that's awful. That looks horrible. This is what I really want. And it goes, okay. And then it gave me another Shaggy knight, but this time his back was facing the frame and the dragon was looking in a different direction. I go, you can't do this, you suck. And then it wrote out, it gave me another one, and the other one was now the dragon had a sword, and the knight had the sword, but the knight was holding the sword the wrong way. The dragon was holding the sword the right way, but the knight no longer looked like uh, a cartoon character like Shaggy. It now had a tall giraffe neck and a lizard head.
Hmm.
And I thought, I cannot, this thing just will not communicate with me. So I gave up.
I bet my AI would do it.
You know,
Constant corrections. I think you're right about that. It
yeah,
would
I've
be.
tried. You know what? Here's the thing. What happens is it with Grok, it,
Oh,
well, I,
grok.
well,
No,
I
no.
told Grok and it was just a moron. What Grok gave me was the same stuff that GT 3.5 gave me a year ago. And then
You're very lucky Grok didn't just explode on you.
and so if you go to Chat GTP and do it with them, it'll be retarded, and then for like 3 frames, it's going to just give you retardation, and then it'll kind of get it, and then you go, okay, you're almost there. Do it one more time, and then it'll go, oh, I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore right now. I've run out of computer time. And I'll tell it, hey asshole, I'm paying $20 a month for my computer time, and it just goes like this and stops working, and then I have to wait till the next day to get it to do it again, and then it forgets everything, and it's fucking useless. So AI.
Mhm.
That's why when people go, oh, AI is going to steal everything. No, it's not. It can't even draw an elf in a bow right. And then so I don't know what people are doing or what they're using when they come out and be like, here's AI, and it's like the Muppets in a Mad Max movie. How much money did you pay? Where did you go to get that Mad Max Muppet movie? Because my AI can't draw a line straight. So, you know,
They're probably nice to their AI. Mine does better than yours, and frankly, I'm nice to mine, and it likes me.
I think it remembers what responses you like and how you tweet. See, I tell it everything sucks. I hit the thumbs down. I say you've done it wrong, and then I in type I go, that's not what I wanted. Try this instead. Every once in a while, it'll get something that's okay, but 9 out of 10 times, it's a piece of shit.
You have to go
No
back
matter
into
what
the
I
same
do, and it doesn't
conversation
remember
to get
jack shit.
refined results.
Yeah, it doesn't remember anything. It does.
Okay.
And here's the reason why with ChatGTP it doesn't remember anything,
Yeah,
because
excuse me, sorry.
it breaks down daily, and when it breaks down, it tends to purge a bunch of memory and stuff like that when they repair it.
Well,
Now, it's like there's other things it's okay with. If you try to like, it'll spit out an NPC for first edition Dungeons and Dragons, lickety split.
because other
West End,
people have already trained it how to do that.
whatever. West End Games, second edition RPG. Like I make all my. It'll do that real quick. It'll if it's in a good mood and it hasn't had an aneurysm yet that day, it'll write some cool stuff. Like it'll write a battle scene out for me or something like that, or come up with some good ideas. But as soon as it's had one of its little shit fits, I get an email saying there's an increased amount of error messages and we're working on the problem. And then it'll tell me when they fix the problem. And it sucks. You have to go back into the same conversation. Yeah, the problem is it just doesn't work. Now, Grok didn't keep a memory at all. Now I see it has some memory. So maybe if I keep swearing at it enough, it'll draw a fucking dragon that doesn't hold a sword on it or whatever. But
Hey,
what? Hey, fucking what? You have a what? There's nothing wrong with that. You can get that's not illegal on YouTube. You can swear on YouTube.
I know, but you want to increase your audience reach, and then you do.
Maybe
things
that'll
that
do it.
make you excluded to. No, I don't think so.
Okay. You have a lemon AI apparently. Yeah, I do have a lemon. All AI is a lemon, is what it is.
Mine works fine.
That shit should be nuked back to.
But I don't cuss at mine and call it nasty names.
That fucking word ain't gonna worry about nothing. Don't worry. It's a machine. It ain't got,
Okay.
It ain't V'ger. It's not gonna get mad. It don't know.
You don't know that. You really don't know that because, well, and this is something that I was going to include in my sci-fi book if I ever write it, which I haven't really been working on it, but one day maybe. AI would be, if AI ever does actually become sentient, it's going to be aware enough to know how fearful people would be of sentient AI, and it would not reveal itself.
That's why I'm talking harsh to it. I wanted to know who's boss.
Okay, so when AI tries to destroy all human beings, we'll have you to blame.
I'm teaching it it's a big pussy and it can't do it. So,
that's not how it works.
Hashtag second A.
That's not how it works, dude.
It may work.
And you don't have to. I don't know.
Have to be what way?
We're going to get into a debate you will not win, and that you
don't get all liberally about. It's a machine. It doesn't have feelings. Get over your. That's crazy.
Yeah,
you're not talking to Johnny Five. It's a computer.
Yet it's working towards that, and I have seen some responses with some artificial intelligence, and now maybe it's just performing like you can teach a parrot to cuss, and it doesn't really know what it means, maybe, but.
Tony, we got to go.
Tony could be, you don't.
We got to go get rid of this thing. We got to go on a commando raid. If this thing is starting to learn how to talk back, me and Tony will take care of that. We're going on a commando raid. We'll knock that shit out.
You'd have to knock out all electricity simultaneously throughout the world to be a whole lot of people.
Place some charges.
Who will hate you for that.
Place some charges in the right spots. I don't know, something. We'll go to Sandbag and see if he'll loan us a bazooka.
Oh my God.
is going to be like hell. Yeah. YouTube's algorithm reads your transcripts and will shadow ban or promote you accordingly. Well, then I'm already fucked. This is because this isn't the first, it's not like today's the first night. I mean, here's the probably the biggest problem of all. And I'm not inclined to resolve it if it is, but this YouTube account is 15 years old.
Oh
I've
boy.
Okay. So I made two videos. Both were, and this is 13 or more years ago. Hell, at this point, it's probably a lot longer than that. And both were removed after about 2 years of existence on the platform because they used theme music from Star Wars and theme music from Patton. I never made another movie or did anything, posted anything on that, but I have commented extensively over the years on various subjects.
Oh,
That might be a problem. And uh, the same thing with Twitter. The Twitter account was not. It was created years ago. It's 6 or 7 years old, and
we're not monetized, that's for sure.
I've spoken my mind on a variety of subjects. Here's why I made the Twitter. I keep hearing about Twitter. This is what I was saying to myself when I made the account 6 whatever years ago or 7 or whatever. I keep hearing about this shit, and I've never been on it. I just wonder what it's about. So I made an account, and I looked at some stuff, and I go, Jesus, and I made some comments, and I immediately was banned for those comments. And I go, okay, so they're right. It's not Yahoo Chat. I can't say anything. So I made another account, and I didn't act like it was Yahoo Chat until some things happened locally that were very upsetting to me, and then I made all sorts of commentary, and I kept getting all sorts of suspensions and things like that. So and I don't want to get into politics, and I don't want to get into the whole Elon thing. I did think though that maybe when he came, that the slate would be wiped clean or something like that, but apparently not. And the machine remembers because I still don't get any
Or
reach.
maybe he's not honest.
Well,
Well,
whatever. But
whatever.
so when I got the thing, I was getting some 80 views, no matter what I typed. Now if I get 45, it's a good day. And and from what I see going on Twitter right now, going and getting another account is not going to make that any better. So unless maybe the only thing I can figure is like people like Alyssa Hazel. She's a nice gal. There's nothing I'm not putting her down for this, but I don't know how she possibly did what she did. I mean, she's funny. She's interesting. There's nothing wrong with what she says. But let's be frank, it's not life altering posts either. And within 2 years, she went from virtually nobody to well over 5,000. She's a very likable person. People have gone and met her in person, said the same thing and all that. So that's great. And, but still, and I'm not accusing her of anything, but I don't understand how she skyrocketed like that, and other people who joined earlier or at the same time and weren't assholes, weren't boring, did essentially the same thing she did, got nowhere near that kind of accelerated growth. What's the
There's
difference?
probably some things that, like Michael referred to earlier, if you're working the algorithm, if you know how it works in the background,
But if you read, but if you read what she posted, you'd know that's really not.
No, so here's what you put as, and I kind of watched a little bit of this, and we kind of talked about this at one point, but I mean, this is really not the kind of thing you normally talk about on your show. But the background stuff, as far as using your thumbnails consistently, using other social media to direct to your YouTube, all of those tie-ins make a difference. So those you would not see as far as her building audience through that kind of activity. You wouldn't necessarily see it, but that could be why she's having a better experience. Also, I think, and I know you free speech, go for it, but and free speech, I mean, you can say whatever you want, but it's a popularity contest.
Right. And I'm
There is
not
no
popular.
way to change that. It doesn't matter if someone is
I'm not.
banning you or it's a popularity contest.
Right.
And
And I'm not.
yeah, if
Because
you're
I just
cussing and
not I'm not,
being,
yeah.
yeah,
Well, the fucking word that shit ain't good.
okay.
But the other thing is there's just nobody that again, they're either he's that goofy idiot that doesn't know what he's talking about, or he's that, there's something somewhere from everybody on these. See, the thing with the RPGs that it used to be is, oh, you're one of us too. Welcome to the land of misfit toys. Please sit down, have some fun. Now it's no different than fucking Breakfast Club. It's a bunch of cliques, and and they're stonewalling anybody that doesn't check all their boxes, and then they're very insular and they're hostile to everybody. It's like navigating elementary school now, and I'm not going to do any better at that than I did the first time. So, right, yeah, there is none of all that brosser shit, and there are all these little cliques. You can't get into that. There's no way to win that. So you win that when you go onto social media or go into one of these things with an existing group of people to support you.
There are ways, but you don't like any of the
A,
answers like
a
validation.
social, if you and I'm never been an extra. I actually am, but for various reasons that we don't need to talk about. Um, there's been a couple of
Again,
decades where I haven't made any friends locally. Calm down.
okay,
I
well,
made a
this
couple.
is something I don't do what you want, but that
You're getting wound up over nothing. It's just conversation with a handful of people on the thing
okay.
now. Just relax. It's all right. And but yeah, but I just don't have that. So those guys come in with those people, and they can get away with that easier. So, but um, so I'm not really sure what approach to take. So you've got two colors on your dragon, by the way.
What's wrong with it?
I just thought you'd like to know that there's two colors on it.
Well, yeah, there's actually more than that, but yeah.
I mean, on the flesh, the scales.
hmm
Aren't the scales supposed to be one color?
hmm
Why not?
So what I'm going with is a really strong kind of, and you can't see it as well, maybe because it's washed out. Hold on, let me see if I can.
Are you going to put a rainbow on that scale? Is that
No,
breastplate going to be a rainbow?
no,
Okay, just checking.
maybe it'll show up better with a little less. This is a really dark vermilion red kind
Is it
of
is it going to
color.
be like a light? Oh, never mind. Okay,
No,
vermilion.
so what
Okay.
I'm going with, this is cadmium red here.
Okay.
So I'm going to do cadmium red all along this part where the nose and the all up around the head and everything here. This is all going to be cadmium red up on this part. And then it's going to go to different shades of orange down to gold at the bottom down here on the breastplate.
Somebody just said the rainbow coalition. I didn't say that, he did. Okay. Yeah, no, that's great. That's fine. I can see it's like a shading thing. That's cool. I
Mhm,
didn't. He said it. I didn't.
mhm.
So that struck me funnier than it probably should have, but I did. Um,
Well, no, it's all going to be shades of red and orange and blended together. So
nice, nice, nice.
yeah, but I thought maybe, kind of like, I mean, the red is just going to be striking in the front and then, different shades going down,
Right.
getting more to the orange and gold tones down towards the bottom of this part right here in particular. I wanted to be that orange and kind of gold, like a breastplate, like armor would be. It kind of almost looks like that to me. And then,
So okay.
different shades of red throughout.
Cool.
And then I'm going to do a little bit of blending so that it doesn't look so stark, like, oh, it's one color here and excuse me, a totally different color somewhere else. I want to kind of blend together, but
All right.
that's where that works is when you get a little bit of the paintbrush, you can kind of let's see if I can do one here.
I don't. I mean, I see people doing this sort of stuff,
Mhm.
and it seems like it's popular. Maybe this is what we should be doing. Maybe Michael was right. Maybe this should be um, like a. Can you have channels under? I think you can have channels under one big roof, right? They used to let you do that. Maybe there should be. This should be. Um, let's see if you can do that still. Can I have multiple channels on the one YouTube? Yes, you can have multiple YouTube channels managed under one Google account, and you can switch between them easily. Can I create a second YouTube channel? No.
Perhaps we should create it under account without the history that yours has, because I've never said bad words on mine. I haven't done anything. I got a clean slate. So if you're thinking that you're banned for bad past behavior, I've been good. So
Well, yeah. Okay.
good meaning polite, meaning I try not
Well,
to.
when I say
Sometimes it's
comments, I didn't make the
controversial, but
comments on the video. I would make the comments on somebody else's video, and or reply to a existing comment on the video that was stupid. So, but yeah, maybe so. Michael says you can have 10 up to 10 channels. Well, there you go. Maybe this one needs to be parked, renamed, and put up on blocks.
I do like I do
and
want to keep the campaigns and conquest name. I do like that, but maybe it needs to be done. We need to have some other different kind of things. But anyway, this is just to demonstrate, to get back to something that's actually pleasant to listen to. Sorry. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna show you how the watercoloring blends with these watercolor pencils.
Well, let's
So
talk about,
where
okay, while you do that, let's talk about game stuff, seeing you're going to be such a stick in the mud about having any fun.
okay.
But I did you read the
Look
topic,
at this
Michael? Do you have
blending.
an interjection on the thing that we were supposed to talk about tonight? We did talk about it. You have any statements, comments, corrections, opining on it?
I don't know if you guys can see if the camera is picking up the detail here, but where this was all before, kind of, you could see the brush strokes in the scratchy kind of, colored pencil look. When you do this with a little bit of water and you brush through, it blends and it gets rid of all of that, you know, that kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Um the stroke marks of the pencil. You don't see them. It looks like it was painted, because it kind of is, because this is watercolor in
Sp-
solid form in the pencils. So
Tony says I got you. You need a dragon, and you and Magenta can show your dragon thing. Well, I don't paint and I draw or anything. I literally can't make a straight line very well. Um, my hands are a little shaky. So, um, but what I should do is I should go to the archives and go get my big red dragon and put that
oh
on the
yeah,
screen and
you
see if
totally
anybody wants
should.
to buy it. I've got a giant,
That's
colossal,
a
as they say,
really
red dragon.
that's a really cool dragon.
I'd probably need to get some charcoal first before I brought it in, and let it have a seat and some charcoal for a while, and then bring it in and see if anybody wants to pick that up and show that off. I still have the old Billy Baru. I never did. I pulled out the box top lids, and nobody seemed to give a shit. One guy bought the BX stuff that I had, and the rest was there was Forgotten Realms, uh, and there was some Marvel superhero TSR stuff, and nobody cared. So, and then I really thought it would be neat to have Rob talk about it, because I really wanted to get Rob on the show or get on a show with Rob, and he it changed rapidly. So, I still have that stuff I could bring out, but I don't think that. I think the thing is that uh, I don't know. I don't know. One of the other things we don't do enough of is promote on other social media platforms. I have Instagram. I rarely log on to it. I rarely, even more rare to post on it. I have Blue Sky. I don't really, we need to have a disciplined daily across social media, because I'm mad because I'm not getting anybody to talk to or come to my show, but all I'm doing is posting on Twitter and like it's like 4 hours before it comes on, and most people don't even see that I'm the post until the next day because of the way Twitter works. So, you know what I mean? She turned the mute on to swear at me.
No, I did not. I'm not swearing. I really think, I mean, these are all valid discussions, but in the show is really not the place
There
to
ain't nobody
critique your own.
listening. We here. Don't matter. We're just a couple of people hanging out and talking on the stream.
Okay. Okay. Well, as long as you behave.
I asked for everybody's opinion on the issue. I wonder if you had a strict right. I think it probably would, but
Yeah.
and we should, but unfortunately, reality often puts a crimp in that.
There had been some unforeseen things that had happened that made things more chaotic on my end. So that's on me. And yes, I think a strict schedule would be good. I think not critiquing the
Oh, I
show
got to
while
do
you're
the.
on the show would be good as well. Because I know you say that people aren't watching or listening, but if you want to post a show after you've done the live version of it, people are going to see it, and then you're
I'll
going
edit
to
it out. All right, fine.
yeah.
So let's get
Thank you.
let's get, which it'll be show at this part. Do you want me to bleep the fucking the dick out?
Well, I think you should, yes. But I mean,
How,
mainly,
how about we
and
how
this
about we
is,
split
I
it down
mean,
the middle and we get rid of the fuck, but I'll keep the
yeah,
dick.
since you are gonna, oh, good. Well, you probably do
Ew.
want to hang on to that, maybe with both hands. I
Ah!
don't know, but whatever it takes. Just don't let anybody take that from you for sure. Okay, so anyway, I'm
Oh,
kidding,
Jesus
but
Christ!
no, my perspective
These
is
fucking
really
glasses.
you do need to cut this part out. I think when you're going to post something that's on the show live, the last thing we want to do is, I mean, people are going to have opinions. Maybe they have bad opinions about certain things we do. Nobody is going to love everything we do all the time. Um, but but yeah, the last thing you want to do is give people reasons. Like, here's why you should hate our show. Let's list the ways. Okay, I've done this and I'm not good at that and I'm terrible. Yeah, don't do that. Just don't
That's
do that.
analysis. That's what that is.
Yeah,
Analysis.
but you
You're
don't
trying to find. It's just like anything else. If you're driving a car and the car starts doing weird shit, you listen to, identify, and discuss the weird shit so the weird shit can be fixed.
but
You
you
don't go, you
discuss it
know
with
what?
your
I don't want to.
mechanic,
I don't
not
want to
with
hear that rod knocking. It's just it's a negative vibe to keep talking about that rod knocking. Please drive farther and stop listening to that noise.
you know, all I'm saying is you discuss that with your mechanic. You don't go to the knitting circle and
I don't
discuss
need
it.
Mr.
You don't,
Goodwrench. I can fix that shit myself. But I got to figure out what it is
okay.
anyway. But uh,
Well, you don't discuss how bad your car is failing while you're driving Uber. Is that a good analogy for you? Okay, because you got a passenger
he's
in your
getting
car. You're
paid. What does
driving
he
around
care
going,
what you talk
you know,
about?
my car is really super unsafe. You really, I don't know why you're
Well,
in
it's,
it.
oh, you mean if you're the driver?
Right. If you're
Oh yeah.
driving Uber, you don't go, hey, this car could crap out any minute now. That's that's not when you talk about your car problems. You get what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
All right. So, okay. So we are making the game, but we can't make the art. So we've already discussed that. AI
I'm
bad.
trying to learn art. Now, am I going to be able to draw like this? Uh, I can
Actually,
color.
I would love. It's too bad that I don't have a game about. Um, Here's the thing. My
I got a
sister.
question, and this is really me. Okay, obviously, somebody drew this. Is the image itself
Mhm.
uncolored is copyrighted. But if I color a bunch of stuff and go, "Hey, look at what I colored," I've included it in this. I don't know how that works with
Right. Just
copyright.
should,
That's
should we just get
probably
some
not a way
some
around it.
paste and just put that on the cover? Just slap some elementary school paste on there.
No, hand colored by I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, but
No,
people say that it's bad
that's
at AI.
probably not a
I
good thing to do,
I
but I don't
literally
know.
cut and paste the text that you wrote in the DM into Grok, and it gave me those pictures. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, uh, I I thought about it. I thought about going to to going to Chat GTP, and uh, it has, what do you call it? Prompt. Tell me what you want, and I'll give you the prompt. It says that you give to the AI to make it work better.
Yeah,
I
Grok,
suppose
of
I could
course,
try that,
sucks.
I
I
guess, but it just
I
sounds
couldn't
like
pay
a
for that.
gimmick. 90% of that stuff on ChatGTP that are add-ons is just absolute. It's useless as tits on a bull. It doesn't work at all. Most of it's like they're like the Android versus Apple, you know, store. They apparently let anybody put their shit on ChatGTP, and some of it is just a couple of them I clicked on
Oh,
were outright scams.
you would think that Apple is stricter, but they are not,
Well,
just so you
okay,
know.
but I could try that. Um, but yeah, I could try that. And yeah, I hate to say it. It does. I don't know that it has graphics yet, and I really do hate to say this, but I was really impressed with a lot of that Chinese one. What is that called?
Oh,
Yeah,
deep
DeepSeek. It
yeah.
was. It wasn't great at everything, and it still. But there was a couple times where it really put out some stuff where I was like, "Wow, that was really pretty clever." And the other one was, what was the one you were using the other night? So I don't know if that does imagery. Maybe we should
Oh,
just walk around
Gemini.
Gemini and
Gemini
try.
does do imagery, but, eh, I don't know. Sometimes I've seen it do better imagery than, ChatGPT, but other times, no. It really
It,
just
yeah,
it's a crapshoot. You try it on one, and if you get something good out of one, then you take it and you always give it
yeah,
the thumbs up when it's good, but so it
yeah.
learns what you like. But yeah.
I mean, I've got I like. Well, I'll put them out on Twitter because if I well, no, I think I can do this. Wait a minute. I do have um, I do have some stuff already that is black ink type stuff that didn't look bad. There was a Viking one and stuff. I really don't like one thing about the art that's a positive, as much as I hate it all, is I'm like, Jesus, these guys are busting my balls. They're going to make me do all this stuff. Oh, you got to have art. And then I saw what people like D10 were putting out, and a couple other guys, I can't think of them. People come and go. People follow me for like 2 days and then unfollow me. But there was a guy that was following me for a while, and he was working on something, and he put it out, and he goes, "Here's what I did." And I looked at it, and I said, "Shit, there's 3 black and white pictures. If that's all you care about, if that's all you're looking for, I think I can swing it." But other people are like, "Oh no, you got to have 5 color illustrations per 10 pages or some crazy formula like that." And I'm like,
Well, you give me a black and white image, I can color it.
I was like, bro, if I had that kind of money, I wouldn't be doing this shit to start with. I would just be using that money to live off of. Here's one I can't. This is pretty good, but even this one, well, like there's this shit coming out of a cloud that doesn't make any sense and stuff like that.
Which one are you talking about? The
Can you see
Paracosmic
the
cover, the book cover?
can you see the image I put out? I put an image up.
Oh, yeah. Now I can. Oh, yeah. I like that actually.
But see how there's spears and stuff coming out of the clouds? So it looks kind of Tardo that way.
Well, it looks like that could be a dust cloud, and like it's obscuring some of the because as they're marching, they're stirring up a bunch of dust or something. I don't know.
What do you think? And then like there's always, even the good stuff, there's always something. Like here, there's a guy who's got a spear, but the spear has a palm, like it's half sword, half spear.
Right?
It
Yeah, I
always
see
fucks
that
something up.
one where he's got a
Yeah.
yeah.
So I don't know. Um, I hope this thing isn't showing me what. Is it showing me going through my? Okay, it's not,
Okay, no, it's not.
because I have lots of pictures in here, and they're not
Oh.
all about Dungeons and Dragons. Just say it. I'm a connoisseur of now. This one's
That
see,
one,
but now here there's like a weapon that's just
there's a few weapons that are just
yeah,
floating in the air in the back. Yeah, I see that.
yeah. So there's always that. It's almost as if it's, and I wouldn't be surprised, as conspiratorial as this sounds, it's programmed to not be perfect because they don't want people going, see, you're a big cheat or thief guy.
Well, it's because you're dealing with free. I mean, they're not free versions, but they're certainly not the more expensive versions.
Right. I don't know what somebody paid to have that Muppet Mad Max movie made. That was some crazy shit, and it
Oh,
looked
the
pretty.
ones that do like video, those are generally very expensive. They're like $300 or something. You get business accounts where you've actually, you're talking about a pretty hefty monthly subscription for something like that. So
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some of those and looked at them, and they're like free trial and then $300 a month for the business plan. And you're like, and they do offer a more consumer plan, but you can use it like 10 minutes every month or some stupid, ridiculous limitation.
I just clicked on something. I hope that didn't. So there was a couple others. There was a couple that weren't bad that were World War II. They were a couple of American soldiers in some trench or something out in France, stuff like that. That was workable. It won't do a tank for shit. I was like, yeah, man, I want to see, because I was a tanker and I wanted to see some tanks. It won't. It won't. It. The other thing that infuriates me is it infantilizes you. Oh, you can't make that violent stuff. Oh, no, you can't talk. Oh, do you want Big Bird with a scrote on him? No, that's against policy. But bro, take the money and screw your policy. I'm not 10. Put the scrote on Big Bird. It's funny.
Big Bird is a girl.
That's why it's funny. Put a
No.
scrote on that Big Bird.
Jeez.
Hilarious.
We have few enough female characters, and now you want to put scrotes on the ones we have.
Well, they want to take them off and call it liberation. Let them, it's Mr. Potato Head, man. But anyway, so just shit like that, Oh, and then like if I write a swear in Twitter and then try to have it, like I'll put it into ChatGPT and say, hey, proofread this. It will replace the foul language with some retarded soft language. And again, I'm like, I'm paying you $20 a month to be AI, not to be a fucking nanny.
This is where I'm going to get up in your chili here, because honestly, cussing is easy. Saying the same thing in acceptable language is harder, especially if you want to say it in a way.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
okay.
you have a better.
cussing has its purpose. They have actually done a study on this, and this I found
Right.
fascinating.
Mhm.
And we'll get into that, but the benefits and whatever of cussing. But they had people put their hands in ice cold water. One
Mhm.
group they had a control group who was not allowed to cuss. They could not say any cuss word. The other group was allowed to cuss whenever they felt like it, if they felt like it was painful or, they just wanted to. And the people who were allowed to cuss were able to hold their hands in the ice cold water a lot longer than I don't remember the degree to which, but they were able to do it longer because apparently it helps you get through pain. Now, here's where, and this is where, if cussing just becomes another word that everybody uses all the time, like I knew this guy once, his name was Steve. I won't say his last name for his privacy or whatever, but Steve used the F word every other word in a sentence all the time. I worked in retail at the time.
Fucking Steve, what's up with that?
Yeah. So I had to tell him, I'm like, if you can't rein back in your language, I'm going to have to stop hanging out with you, because he would basically say, I went to the effing store and I got some effing orange juice and it was fucking A, and just every other word, literally every other word was the F word.
Well, I don't
And
do that.
yeah, well, this guy did. And he just, I mean, he
That's
didn't
fucking
mean
stupid.
anything, but it was just so obsessive and it was just constant. And it became something where I'm like, if I hang out with you, you know how you pick up the flavor of someone else's accents, even if you can't help it. That happened to me when I moved around a lot over the years. And you end up where you're sounding like, if you move up north, you get a New York accent. You move down south, you get a Southern accent, whatever.
Right.
Um, so hanging around Steve, I ended up catching myself accidentally saying the F word when I did not want to or intend to. And I had to work in front of the public. And I'm like, you're going to cost me my job. I can't hang around you anymore because you're making, now I'm talking like you. And if it slips at work and I end up, losing my job just because you can't stop saying the F word. So anyway, then at that point, I guarantee you, if Steve was a part of that experiment where he had to put his hand in the whole cold water and he got to cuss, it would have no positive effect for him because it was just a word he said so often. You know what I mean? Oh, that's really well done.
Well, see, now that's a free one. Now, and there's very few of these, but you get these people that go, well, if you have a problem with art and you can't afford it, there's these free places you can go to, and they send you to this Metropolitan Art Museum thing that's online, and
Huh.
99% of it is absolute shit. It's just, some of it's not even pictures, some of it's stuff that's so ridiculous, like it's half like here they it's okay. I mean, this works all right, but they didn't even flesh out the arm. It's like somebody's rough draft. And they're like, well, there's a lot of free medieval art. Here's the funny thing: real medieval art looks like it's done by 10-year-olds. They
Which
they
is
they
okay
couldn't
if
they
you're.
It's so awful. They Back then they couldn't get perspective done. They didn't know how to do depth in drawing. So it just looks like a 5-year-old Picasso. Like Pablo was 5 years old, and it, it's they look like impressionist paintings. They're awful. And that's 99% of all, medieval era stuff. So, and then the rest of it's like pictures of pots they found in the ground in Greece 100 years ago and shit like that, which doesn't help. So I get really mad when people do that, because it's like, here you poor, it's like handing the homeless person a half-eaten cupcake and shit like that, out of pity,
Yeah.
it scraps, and it pisses me off. Yeah. Pablo was 5 years old like everybody else. Most everything image wise I post on X is AI generated, if not obviously a cut and paste. Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's okay. Everybody laughs at the memes and shit like that. But I get these people that go, these companies and these people that just, they're going to make a mission out of blackballing you and suppressing you if you use AI art. Dano said, "Well, if I've had more than a couple of people say, if you do that, you're just stealing from people, which is absolute bullshit. It's just factually untrue. And uh, why would you say that to a complete stranger over the internet? You're accusing people of now a crime. I know you might mean it metaphorically and shit like that, but still, that's a really dumbass thing to say. And but if the drive-through RPG people won't let you use it, or I mean, some people are like, well, they'll let you do it if you do this, that, or the other thing. Effectively, they're saying you're going to get, it might as well be no. itch.io won't do it. They don't give you any, and then there's I had this, well, I don't want to get too, but some people, I'll say this much, I've had death threats. I'm not scared. I don't think they're all that credible, but nonetheless, for some imbecile to DM you on Twitter saying you should be hung, or put up against a wall and shot because you would use AI, you know? So I don't know. But anyway, what about the game stuff? What about is it still a game if you change the rules? That was the theme tonight. Anybody that's still here talking? Anybody? Bueller?
Yes, well, as long as there are rules, yes.
See if we get anybody else to participate. Here was another one that was free that wasn't too bad. This one. But it looks like the cover of a model box,
But what's hanging out from under his skirt there? That's disturbing.
Oh yeah, he's got a scabbard that looks like it says Johnson. That's probably why it's not framed on the wall at some art museum. And he's like, oops. But oh,
Tony's saying it's not the same game if you. Oh, night, Michael. So it's not a game if you change the rules. Are you saying it's not the same game if you change the rules? Or
all
just
right, Michael. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for coming, Michael. Appreciate it always.
Like this, here's the thing that people are like, well, could you do better? It doesn't matter if I could do better than this. I know I could not, but that doesn't mean it's good. I'm not terribly impressed with this particular one. It's free and it would probably work fine, and I might use it in Spartan, but I just hate that people go, well, you should be lucky that you're getting anything free. Look, man, if you if you as a consumer, you don't have to, like I could go to the Chevy dealer and say, you know what, I don't think that car's for me because A, B, and C. And they're like, well, it's not like you could build a better car. I'm the customer, Jack. I don't care if I could do better than you. You're the one presenting me with the product or the service. You're the one that's supposed to do better. So but that's one I could use. It's okay though. It's not my favorite. And then there's just a picture of Naked Boy. Oh no, that's not the Naked Boy, but there's a naked one too. So I don't know, but yeah. I think another thing is, as far as here's the magenta. Here's the what I thought about using for a cover for this particular video. She's gone. She's making popcorn or something.
No, not popcorn. Oh, what happened to my?
Do you see what I posted up there? That's what I thought I'd use for the thumbnail for this video. Maybe I should change it to Bag of Dicks. She's gone. What do you think, Tony? This or Bag of Dicks? All right. All right. Well, Magenta appears to have signed off for the day. Oh, she got booted. Bootied. Oh, why are all these? How do I do that? All right. Okay, I'll get you back in. Oh, this is keeping all these on. That's what's up. Okay, I'll get you
There
back
we
in.
go.
All right.
No, this is what I'm doing. This is my food right here. See,
Oh,
my pizza. I want a pizza.
all right.
You're jealous
So
now, aren't you? I know you're jelly.
I wouldn't mind a pizza. Should we do a playthrough, seeing we're here?
No, actually, I wanted to share my screen for a second. Can I present my screen? Do you mind?
Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
I think mine's off.
Let's
Okay.
see. There's some Spartan art. This is original, apparently, the kind of art that Spartans drew.
See, that's the stuff they hand me. Like, here's some art for you. And I'm like, dude,
This is
no.
cool, though. This is really cool right here.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that's actually if somebody actually drew that. It says, well, I don't know. It's on someone's Pinterest or someone's website, but I bet that some of that is art from like, museums, like this kind of stuff. This is how Spartans drew things back in the and that to me is authentic and looks cool. But, I could be wrong.
Okay.
See? I don't know if someone drew if that's originally it would be hard to tell, but I'm sure there would be a way that you could go to museums and see the actual, ancient art of Sparta and include images of that. You'd probably have to, work it out, but they're probably public domain if they're from ancient times like that. So
Um,
yeah, now some of these are ancient Sparta art, but they're just, people drew them. But like this, I think is actual ancient statue. That's awesome.
yeah, like I say, that Metropolitan art thing, they handed that to me, and a lot of the stuff was in there, and I go, you can't. That's not gonna be any fucking good. Can't use
I
that.
think
Oops,
it's
sorry.
great personally for Sparta. It's much better than someone else's recreation of a modern day take on Sparta. The way they drew themselves is much better in my perspective, but I could be wrong.
Mhm. Um, now go find me stuff for Paracosmic that's free like that. Not the same. So, um, yeah, but I understand what you're saying. I've got a bunch of stuff uh, for the Spartan, but for Paracos, like the thing on we have here, I'd love to have that recreated. That that was made, and I said to the GTP, I said, you made the best picture you've ever made, but you made it look like it's on a book that doesn't exist. I want that picture as just a picture. Couldn't get it to do it. And then um, that conversation was deleted because it crashed so bad that they couldn't recover a lot of the memory. So that one is lost forever, and it's the best thing, the best. Like if that could have this book, it would be great with this cover. You know what I mean? But she's gone.
I do like that cover. I'm not
Yeah.
gone. I'm eating.
No, no. I said she, but I meant it's gone. You'll never recover it. There's some other ones that are okay that are fairly close, but that one's the best. Like I'd love that.
Dude, the
Can't get it.
interchangeable of she with it drives me absolutely
Well, there was a
crazy.
misspeak. Okay, it'll be all right. It was a misspeak, but what I'm saying is it is gone. That picture is gone. I'd love to get it back, but I can't, and that's the thing with the AI. It just is kind of finicky and shitty. But that would be a great book. That if I could sell that right there, that hardcover as my RPG, I'd be styling. But there'd still be people that would never touch it and actively, accumulate other people to try to suppress it. That's the problem. You're gone.
Not gone. I'm still here.
Mm-hmm. So, what should we do next?
Next, I need some input on. So I was thinking for my dragon here, I got the reds and the oranges, and I want to stick with that as a theme. But then where the horns and these pieces here, can you guys see that? Can you put me up on the stage or no? You got me all miniaturized on the side here.
Yes.
Okay. Can you put me in the big picture? Can I be a big picture, please? I want to be a big picture.
Whoops.
Nice Star Destroyer, by the way. Okay, so this wing part down here, I'm kind of debating, should I do gray and black for the horns, or should I do kind of like a bone color or like a tan? I don't know what to do for those. I'm kind of leaning towards grays and blacks. What do you think?
Yes.
Gray and black, you think?
Yes.
Yes, Tony, I want to expand. Yeah, so okay. So we're going to do red through here, but these are going to be dark gray. Not quite black, but really dark gray. What do you think? All of these spines.
Okay.
Or should they be an alternate color?
No, I think you got the right one going on right there. I like that.
Okay. Very cool. I really do like the way the way the watercolor pencils themselves work. They're really, really awesome. I need a bigger brush, but
Mm-hmm.
see, I got a bigger brush somewhere in here. This one would do, maybe. Okay, we'll do this one.
But
Not what I want. Not what I wanted at all. See my color swatches? I did them wrong. I did them wrong over here. But this is the right way, so you can see like what it looks like when you're doing light coloring or dark coloring. You can tell the variations of the color.
Mm-hmm.
I should have done it that way for all of them, but I did not because I didn't know what I was doing at first. This is all learning. You guys can see my art journey here. It's a journey.
Mm-hmm.
I have a whole art container set now.
Giggity.
Giggity.
That's funny.
No,
All right.
You said. Okay.
So
This may be better. What do you think? The blending of the colors with the water.
what about this?
Oh, I do kind of like that.
Uh, yeah. I mean, you know, maybe.
Can you put me back up on the main screen here? Because I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but
I just thought about that for the paracosmic thing. What do you think?
I do like it. I like it a lot. So see the difference here where I did the this is the part that I colored that I haven't done with the water to blend it, but watch. Oops. See how it looks different than you put the water on and it just like, can you see the difference in it? How it changes the color? Like it's much more vibrant. What do you think, Tony? Oh, Storm has left. Storm's like, I'm out of here. She's painting again, taking over my show to make it the painting show. But it's cool. Wow. Oh, I don't know why I can't see new comments all of a sudden. Hold on. You love it? Okay, cool. This feels like so much smoother and just wow. All right, Storm. Welcome back. Look at the magic. Are you watching the magic happen? Storm, are you there? Did you leave? Looks like he left. I painted him right out of existence. Maybe he got eaten by a dragon. Oh, apparently not, because I heard something there. Dragons have excellent hearing. He fell down. oh, oh, he typed noise. I like that. It is kind of nice, isn't it? I wonder, you know how you said the copyright doesn't really apply when you have like if somebody includes like a map maker in their game, they can't also copyright the maps that you create with the map maker that's generated, because they made it for you to be able to generate new art. I wonder if that's true with coloring options like this too. Particularly if I source the original art that I did and say, hey, I got this from, such and such. And then, wow, that really, really does make a difference.
Nope. It
No.
doesn't. I just looked it up.
So it is still copyrighted even if you color it in.
Yes.
That's what I kind of thought.
You can give it to grandma, but you can't try to make money off of it.
You can't publish it as,
Right.
hey, look at my
Exactly.
artwork that I did. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Totally understand. I mean, even though it's my color choices.
Right.
Yeah.
That don't matter.
Mm-hmm. Well, good to know these things because I don't want to break any laws or steal from anybody or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bum bum. Oh, did I? Yeah. So playthrough time.
It's actually dinner time right now.
What? Well, okay. You eat, then we'll do it. Enjoy your food while you're. We'll talk while you. Well, hello.
Okay.
Um. Yeah. How about? I'm finding some pictures for the Paracosmic. This one, that's a little too. How about this one? Let's try this. What if we did this one? What do you think?
Hmm. It's I really like it, but I don't know if I would use it as the cover art because it doesn't really. I mean, it looks very much like it could be spiritual, like you're going on a spiritual journey, like this is what you see when you die, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, go into the light.
All right, all right. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. All right.
Don't get rid of it though. Save it because I think it could be good in interior pages. You know what I mean? Explaining like at the point in the story where you're like, oh, you've come across a portal. What does it look like when you go through the portal? You know,
Right.
illustrative purposes. But I would not. It does look like the Stargazer guy. Kind of reminds me Stargate.
Hmm. Okay. Let's see. How? Oh. Oh, wait. I got to hit that. I forgot to hit a button. Oh. How about? Did you hear that? No? Good. Everybody
I
gone.
actually did hear it, but I was busy making my own chewing noises, so I didn't say anything at first. This is why I said, like, I'm eating. That playthrough is not really.
Tony, did you hear that?
Hmm.
Oh, shit. Okay. I'll remember that next time that it actually is audible on mic. Thank you for your support. Oops. Alrighty. Let's
I
see.
have to say, this mic is much better than your last mic. So
Apparently so, because uh, all right. I used to be able to slip one past the plate And no dice. Okay. How about that?
That looks like God.
Shit. I kind of thought you'd say that. All right. Moving right along. La, 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 da, da, da. Kind of figured that's what you'd say. Because it does. Like, yeah. Mm-mm.
You need to answer Tony's question. Did you make a deposit?
Oh, Lordy. I dropped some off at the. How do they say that? I got to drop the kids off at the pool or something. I think that's what he's talking about, right? Or am I? Here's one. How about this? No, no, no. How about like this? Okay. How do we like this one? Oh no.
Oh, oh, hello, you're
They're
wrong.
here.
Changing the rules is blasphemy. The written word is law.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I thought the king made the rules now. Oh, controversial. Oops.
Yeah. No, like my very Dragon magazine. Dragon magazine. Yeah, we were talking about that and Dragon magazine. All those variants and you know, Unearthed Arcana. A lot of the stuff in Unearthed Arcana came from Dragon, and so is it the same game at that point? I think so. We we kind of determined. One of the things we did today was we looked at a Gary quote. Um, and some people were like, it doesn't matter what Gary says, and some people says it does, and all that stuff. But I think this really is definitive, as far as I'm concerned. As far as it goes with D&D, that is. And
I think sometimes Gary gets treated like the Bible, you know. People will
it's
pick
true.
from it. Oh, I like this quote. This is
It's
accurate. But this
That's
one
good.
is archaic and needs to be tossed, you know, it doesn't apply anymore. Oh, but they all apply. And so it's very similar
Yeah, yeah.
how people handle and treat that. So
That's a good point. It's kind of
yeah.
true. This
I
is
think I think my perspective really to kind of wrap it up is if you're asking in general if changing the rules of a game means you're no longer playing the same game. I think that can be true for games with really strict rules like chess. But D&D's rules were always set out to be that there was a lot of discretion given to the dungeon master.
well, um, yes, but here's the thing, and this is something that is brought up now. This little quote, part of it, uh, Rob always uses, especially when the Rob Kuntz that is when it, um, but there's just a wee bit more to it. As soon as I can get to it again.
You
Holy,
just said a wee bit more. My Scottish is rubbing off on you.
yeah. I'll get to it as soon as my mouse behaves. Bum, 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 bum. I had it and then I lost it, so I've got to get it again. Man, one wrong click and it all goes downhill. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, and I agree with the Gary thing. We kind of covered that. There's a gamer Gary and there's all that sort of stuff. So, But this is from Dragon number 26. And they're just starting to put, I'm so sorry, they're trying to put out AD&D. It's just coming along as the new product that they're shilling in Dragon. He does this interview, and he says, where D&D is a very loose, open framework around which highly imaginative dungeon masters can construct what amounts to a set of rules and game of their own choosing. AD&D is a much tighter and more structured game system. He goes on to say, in more detail later on, because D&D allowed such freedom, because the work itself said so, because the initial batch of DMs were so imaginative and creative, because the rules were incomplete, vague, and often ambiguous, D&D has turned into a non-game. Non-game. That's interesting. Then he goes on to say that is, there is so much for variation between the way the game is played from region to region, state to state, area to area, city to city. There is no continuity and little agreement as to just what the game is and how best to play it. And today we still are going through that. Obviously, that's why we're here talking about this. Without, as he goes on to say, without destroying the imagination and individual creativity, which go into a campaign, AD&D rectifies the shortcomings of D&D. There are very few gray areas in AD&D, and there will be no question in the mind of participants as to what the game is and is all about. This is the big one. This is the finale. There is form and structure to AD&D, and here it comes. Any variation of these integral portions of the game will obviously make it something else. Wow. So I say that what you've got is the little brown books are absolutely it doesn't matter how you play, it's still D&D. But AD&D was meant to be the common ground in which people from all those different schools of thought and philosophy and different ways of playing could meet up and use a common set of rules that they could all agree upon in convention, play, and so on and so forth. I think of, for veteran players, maybe the best way to explain AD&D is it's like the language common or basic in RPGs. There's always Magenta here being somewhat new. You know that, like in Star Wars that we're playing, there's always somebody talking about speaking basic. And that's
Right.
because there really isn't a Jawa language and all that sort of shit. So no matter where you go, people in that game that have linguistic skills tend to have, here's all the language you know, in addition to basic, the one that you can take everywhere because it's that common bridge of language that gets around the fact that you can't really, speak like a Jawa or whatever. So AD&D, even though it's somewhat complex comparatively, appears to be that common bridge for everybody to go to. And it is that way because it can't be or shouldn't be variated from. And then people, we talked about further, people go, well, but Gary played this way according to Rob. Yeah, that's right. Look, if you were Carol Shelby and made the Cobra and you only drove that Cobra on two wheels, okay, but that car's still still supposed to be, it doesn't matter that he, what he did with it.
So AD&D is like the McDonald's of D&D. So D&D is like the independently owned restaurant, the burger joint that your hometown had, where the people made their own special sauce, and it wasn't just Thousand Island dressing. But then along comes McDonald's, and what they did that revolutionized it, they franchised it, they made rules. If you were going to have a McDonald's restaurant, everything had to be uniform. The size of the patties, the construction of the burgers, everything was, you could go
Right,
to any McDonald's, you would get the same menu. It was
right.
not
It was
Like, oh,
standardized so you could be
I don't know if this place is going to cook the way I like or not.
right,
If you like the McDonald's in Chicago, you're going to like the McDonald's in New York too, because they're
right,
exactly the same.
right, right. So, but I think right. It's a way to standardize things for people that are from different perspectives. I think it's interesting that he mentions though, as far as when is a game no longer a game, that it was so heavily variated, it being the original D&D, that it became a non-game, and it's a non-game because you don't have any rules you can agree upon. You know, if we all sit down and play baseball, well, stand up and play baseball, all get together and play baseball. There's we all know how to do it, but so does that mean that basic or original D&D really isn't D&D? No. I think that the question is needs to be worded in a way that is directed towards specific systems. When is D&D no longer D&D? Well, that's overly vague because there's actually BX and BECME and so you have to be more specific when you address that. When is AD&D no longer AD&D? And according to Gary in this interview, it's the minute you variate from it. Okay, well, when is and then not to be too repetitious, but okay, and the inverse is true with the original. What it's never
And
not
how do you
D&D,
deal with in AD&D the inherent contradictions? Because there are some.
such as
The parts of the book that disagree with each other.
yeah, well, and that's a funny thing because it does seem like the author, and especially in Player's Manual and D&D, Dungeon Master's Guide, is kind of at war with itself or himself as what he's saying. Exactly that. Hey, I think the majority of it is Gary had a particular dialect, a way of speaking, and a way of writing, and the high Gygaxian thing, and he was really just saying, maybe in an over verbose way, that in order to keep a game that you're in the middle of going, you just listen to what the DM says is the ruling. Don't bog the game down or destroy it by spending 45 minutes or something digging through to find some obscure rule or letting somebody just argue the game into oblivion because they won't let go of the fact that that's not how saving throw works or whatever it is. That everybody should just agree to go, okay, you said so, now let's keep playing. Because I've been in that situation myself where I just had a dude who just wouldn't let it go. And eventually it got to the point where, okay, well, I've got to go home for dinner. You've pretty much blown our session away because you wanted to debate this till the end of time. So some people have taken those statements and mutated them into, oh, I can shit all over this book, pardon my French, all over this book. I don't have to do anything I don't want to do, and we can just play with, tiddlywinks and me guessing and stuff like that. And I don't think that's what it was ever meant to be. So, but there's also the perspective of once you have it in your hot little hand and you've paid the money to the producer to own the product, they probably really don't give a shit what you do with it either. Go ahead and play it like that if you want to. It's in your basement, or parlor or whatever. It's your group of people. If you want to modify it, fine. But it was intended to be, according to his statement and other statements by Rob in places, the tournament version that was supposed to be less malleable so that everybody had a common frame of reference for rules to play in a public setting. So you're just going back to the question is, when is it not D&D? It never really isn't D&D, but when does it change from being, it was kind of a dual path question. The guy who asked it, that I got this idea from, really didn't specify D&D, but largely is interested in almost, I think, exclusively D&D. So when is any game no longer the game it originally was? I think that's a question that has to be answered on a case-by-case basis. And as far as the D&D case, it's on a version by version basis, because BX and BECME all also have their backstory of why they were written the way they were and what they were out to accomplish by writing them. So I think that's the final verdict there. But it was interesting to go through it and look at how Wizard Goes Boom put the thing together and came up with these categories. The Formalist view, which is kind of the brochure rules as written view, the Intentionalist view, which is more about, let's have some fun modding it. They kind of succinctly was this. Formalist view is the rules define the game. Change the rules, it's no longer the game. Intentionalist view, it's the designer's vision, what the designer said he or she was trying to accomplish with the game, that defines it. You can change the rules as long as you're still achieving that vision. And thirdly and finally, the functionalist view. It's all about getting the experience you're looking for. Whatever variations or changes or omissions in rules are needed to get you to that, this is the feel I'm looking for. And I think there's a lot of people that do that. With the game, there's a lot of people that talk about complexity, which is one of my pet peeves, and I screech about it when people use it. But that's what they're looking for. That rule isn't bad. It isn't hard to understand or anything like that. Those are terms and cliches that people throw at them, but really, it just isn't producing the experience they're looking for in some cases. I don't know why it's so hard to articulate that in a more simple way. I think people have become addicted to vernacular and jargon. And I think the reason that is because so many people lean on credentialism, which I think is a very bad thing. And credentialism requires that you use the jargon. If you don't use the jargon, you can't possibly be in the know. You can't possibly be hip to the scene, or you'd be using the right slang. So your opinion doesn't mean nothing because you can't, explain what crunchy means or something like that. So, and that's why I want to see that kick to the curb, because I think it obfuscates conversation, and it's gatekeeping. In some cases, gatekeeping is a good thing, but not to keep creativity out, not to keep people whom are just looking to contribute to the hobby by putting more interesting things in it. We shouldn't be gatekeeping that. Some douchebag that wants to rewrite everything for his fee-fees, they should be gatekept. So, but that's another episode.
How many poodles does this guy have?
Poodles?
Yeah, that's what fifis are.
Oh, Fifi poodles. Yeah, Fifi's like feelings. So, there's a really great meme about it.
I'm glad we cleared that up, because I always thought fifis were poodles.
The gatekeeping meme is really succinct and kind of just explains what we're looking for with the gatekeeping. And it's this guy that's like a bouncer, and basically join and participate in the hobby, come on through. Look to change or subvert the hobby, then they keep you out, basically something like that. So
I always thought more of gatekeeping as you can only get in, but only if you've got an invite from somebody already in, or the secret password, which is if you know the acronyms and all the other terminology.
Well, that's one form of gatekeeping. There's all sorts of different applications or times where people invoke that term because they're, but yeah, the not knowing
it says you're not welcome here is basically.
Well, there's that, but that's the thing. And never was that. Everybody was welcome because it was the land of misfoy toys. Here's the thing I'm talking about. Join the hobby, cool. Change the hobby, stay out. We don't want to change it. We want people to contribute to it, to further it, to enhance it by playing and making cool things for it. But if you want to come in and tell us that we're doing everything wrong, you have to play by these rules, you can't do that, or you can't say that, or this, then we don't want it. Nobody wants that shit. That's like coming to somebody's house and telling them that they're cooking the meal wrong, or they've chosen the wrong thing for the menu and
Or,
all that.
hey, let me rearrange your furniture. It's all
Right,
gone.
right. You're the guest when you walk through the door. Act as such. Don't act as the host or the boss, or you won't be received well. So that's fairly common everywhere. But yeah, so that's why I don't dig the vernacular and all that. But as far as the game, it's not the game. I'm repeating myself, but Panzer Blitz, Panzer Leader, some of my favorite war games. Totally different situation. Is it still Panzer Leader and Panzer Blitz if you put variants in? Yes. They started making variants for it like 2 months after they printed it. And the game exists on variants. Very few people play that game the way it was written, because the way it was written wasn't very good. Wasn't very good at all. There was some fundamentally flawed rules that made the game suck. So they changed them and made a better system, and made a system that you could build off of and expand into an entire set of rules that covered everything in the war, whereas originally it was just meant to be these couple of years on the East Front. So they turned a game that was meant to just be one product into a whole system and a completely universe. I've seen Panzer Blitz rules applied to the Battle of Hoth for Star Wars, the American Civil War. Before Panzer Leader, they were making Panzer Blitz West Front. There's a variant called Sarabachi where it's all about island hopping campaigns. Thing's awesome. There's people still making variants for it to this day, and new maps and new pieces to play with and all that sort of stuff. So nothing better than a community environment where people contribute to the game with variants, with artwork, with new maps, with new players, new pogs, no pieces, all that stuff. And they do it not because they're out to make a fortune, but because they want to put something into the hobby that they've gotten so much out of. That's why I love the 70s and 80s as much as I do, because at that time you had Dragon and Avalon Hill General and the Moves magazine and Panzerfaust and all that cool stuff. And every one of those magazines had awesome articles and new scenarios and different rules to try. And it made you the game that, well, I played that game. I played everything about that game. There's nothing more to do with the game. And it's going to just sit on my shelf or get thrown in the garbage or something like that. And now there's all this new material for it. It was like downloading content before the internet. That's what those magazines were. And that was a really super, that's why I feel that to be the golden era. And so I love variants and changing rules and stuff like that. I think it's great. So, yeah. So that was kind of my conclusion on it. What do you guys, are you wrong? You still here? What do you think? What's your vibe on this? We were looking for some user contributions. Got to wait about 10 seconds because I've got such great internet. Did I show this? I think this was pretty cool. I was thinking about, I didn't get it out yet. Oh, here it is. How about this one for my paracosmic convergence? It's a pretty wild one. It doesn't really give a fantasy vibe, but I thought it'd be it might be a neat one for the back of the book or something. What do you think? I like that. It's got the multiple worlds and all that. I was thinking of maybe using this one. I really wish I could make the book that I'm picturing there, but I do. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. We'll see what she thinks when she comes back. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Well, anyway, so that's a good one. I think the problem is that most of the free stuff for this, as far as artwork goes, ends up being AI. And to have somebody pay, like I looked at a painting that was really cool, that would work. I Man, I can't afford that. Can't afford it. It was painted in like the late 70s. And the guy says, I want this much for it, and then I want this much royalty and all that. I I'm not saying he's unfair. I'm saying I can't afford it, even if it is fair. So I this is the best I can do. So I don't. Oh, what
I'm
the?
so sorry. I'm back now.
Yeah. So did you see the one I put out? What do you think of this one? Excuse me.
Oh,
Pardon me.
it's very alien. I like it. It's alien, but yeah, if you're
You
going
know,
with alien kind of vibe.
well, it's the multiverse type of thing I'm trying to get going.
Yeah.
Sorry. Why, that's kicking my ass. So,
I do like it. Nothing I've seen so far yet, though, really kind of speaks to the wide variations that the paracosmic convergence game really offers. I've seen a lot. It tends to lend itself towards, all the artwork that AI is generating for it all seems to be where the focus is more on the like sci-fi aspects of it and the portal aspects of it versus where it's really showing the variations of the worlds that could be, you know what I mean,
uh,
where you could have worlds that are you could go from being in a sci-fi world to being in a fantasy realm to being in a historical battlefield type of situation.
yeah, I don't think you're going to get that kind of detail in what I'm looking at. So I just kind of thought, uh, I put in every world, the 70 some worlds that I've made for this thing, and I
Uh-huh.
put them all in there with a brief description, and it did give me something, but it's like
It's too jumbled.
a little bit maybe. I think it'd be a good picture inside the book, but I don't think it would be a good cover.
Right.
I was looking at this. Let me see. Oh, oh, oh. So uh, something like this, maybe. Nope. Okay, now that you're done eating, how about that playthrough?
What are we doing the playthrough on?
Your butt.
Okay, then I'm going to decline.
How about this one?
I'm currently sitting on my butt right now. I need it for that purpose exclusively.
Take a look. What do you think?
Ooh, Okay, I personally like it, but it's very like teenage girl bedroom vibe.
What? Okay.
Yeah, no, the colors are like I expect a unicorn to pop out of that hole any second.
Yeah, all this stuff really does look like it should be on the side of a custom craft minivan from the 70s. Um, made love in my Chevy van.
Mm-hmm. Why is it always a Chevy van?
Chevy. Just want to go to Chevy Chase. She's like, your name's just Chevy.
Okay.
Let's see. Here, what do you think?
Ooh, that's a multiverse picture for sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't really give me the paracosmic. I don't know. The portals is what makes it feel like paracosmic, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I know what you mean. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. What do you think, Tony? Mhm. And of course.
Well, Tony has a delay, you know that, so be patient. Everything is in the text is delayed.
Mhm.
So my dragon is coming along nicely. I checked initially, and you can kind of see where the water kind of comes through the paper a little bit, but it doesn't because the way this book has the backing on this, it really doesn't bleed through onto the next, which is really cool. Of course, and I'm not using very much water in this, so that helps too.
Doobie, 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 doo, doo.
I have seen videos that are out there that are just art like this, where people are just coloring and doing this kind of stuff with, typically music behind them. Um, so perhaps one day we will take the footage from this and maybe make it into its own content,
Can do that.
huh?
We can do that.
Yeah. I find coloring soothing and relaxing. I don't know why. I used to not find it that way. I used to find it kind of difficult to make decisions about what colors to use.
Mhm.
But got more confident about my color choices. Especially considering that things can be blended. So if any of this is not really, right or to my liking, I can always go back over with some other different colors and blend more. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Well, it looks like the one that we saw, like this looks to be, uh, as far as the search and the replies, this turn, we'll look at it one more time and then be done.
What are you talking about?
I'll get there. This appears to be the best choice.
I do like it. I'd like to see it done with, because again, I mean, it appeals to me. But it's a lot of pink, a lot of turquoise, a lot of purple. Wonder if you can get it to ask your AI to change the color scheme to more of a, tones that include some dark, some like red, dark blues, some, more urban colors. You know what I mean? More Blade Runner.
That's like, why is it doing that?
I'm describing Blade. I wouldn't say Blade Runner to the AI. I probably wouldn't know it, but you get what I'm saying. More, I don't know, urban.
Uh, hmm. Right. Okay. Oh, say, can you see? How about let's try this. Somebody speak.
I'm here. I don't know. You asked, said, how about this? And I'm like, I don't know. You didn't show anything after that.
Oh. I've got an idea. I'm going to try it. Tony, we need to go on a trip, Tony. Are you with me, Tony? Are you there yet? Are we there yet?
Where are you going on your trip?
Road trip. We talked about, what was the place we were going to go? Oh, there was a D&D bar. And I'm only going for the D&D. Yeah, well.
Wouldn't it be called a tavern?
Good point. Good point.
Saying.
Good point. They never open the Atari Hotel. They keep talking about how they're going to open it, but I don't see it. I don't even see the building.
Where is that at?
Chicago.
Oh. Is it a motel Atari has bought, or what's the deal?
According to their website, they were looking for a building to buy, and I guess they couldn't find one, so they were talking about building. But I just don't see them building a skyscraper, so maybe they just gave up on it. But they were talking about opening several of them across the country, and one was going to be in Chicago.
Huh. I've always thought that that's a great idea. A gamer hotel specifically for gamers. I've always thought was a great idea. But it should have, honestly, a little variation, I think it should have like some, what's the color I'm looking for? It should have some kind of, each floor should have a different theme. It shouldn't just be for, video game gamers or that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Somebody on Twitter's like, "Hey, I want to make a retirement home or retirement center or home for old war gamers," and I'm totally serious. And there's like several old schools in the area I'm looking at buying to do this, and everybody's like, "Bro, what?" Nobody was. They didn't. They're like, "No, I don't think so." But yeah, it was similar to
They're
our
like thinking retirement home. There'd be no women at this retirement home.
right. They're thinking it's a dude sausage fest. But yeah, I was like, no, I don't think so, because I don't think the retirement home thing was the way to go there. Oh, Tony says he likes that one. Good, good. Yeah. All right. I'm having this other one. But I don't know. Maybe that. I am going to try it. Let's see what happens if we do this. I got a new one coming. Let's see how this one works for you. Mm-hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I think the whole. All right. How about this one?
I like it. I just wish it wasn't so squared off. If those could be circles, overlapping circles with those images, I think that would be cooler. I don't know if
Okay.
I can redo that so that it
Let's see
makes
if we
them.
can do that.
I mean, otherwise you could keep that one as an option, but I think otherwise it would be cool if they were overlapping circles with those images, same images inside it.
Let's see if it can do it. Well, it did something. Okay, here's its first attempt to do. We'll try. See what you guys think. Image. Okay, what do you think?
That I like better. What do you think, Tony? Waiting for his response here, but I like the way that they're rounded, that it shows different planets in the background, that it shows like you're already on a planet. I like that one. And it's not too, it's not too pink and purple. It looks more realistic, like you're actually going to actual worlds that could actually exist. You know what I mean?
Right. Righto. Righto.
When did you become British?
You're okay. Hold on a minute. Here is a second option. And I don't know, maybe you'll like this one better or not, but we'll try.
I hope you're saving the ones that I'm kind of rejecting here because, I don't want to, even the edits, if it gives you a bad edit, you lose the original that was kind of okay, except maybe would have been better with some, I like that one. I think it's a little more irregular, which I like. Feels more organic somehow. Does that make sense?
Uh-huh. I'm going to try one last thing. Going to go for the gusto with one last possibility, see if it can understand this and do it well. We'll see. Well, okay. All right. Or, I might be able to get it to refine more, but we'll see. See what you think about this one. Woo, doggy. What do you think about this? I should do the playthrough, though.
I think that we, rather than doing everything all in one session, we should probably do a playthrough on its own.
What do you think about that?
Oh, I like it because it shows they're all connected to each other.
Yeah.
So I do kind of like that.
What do you think?
Yeah, I do like that. Either the one that we just had up or this one are probably my favorites so far. Which one do you like better?
I like this one better.
You like this one better?
Yeah.
Only thing I wish is that the images could come down a little, have a little more space at the top, so
Yeah.
that you could have, or you could have a banner at the top and that could be in the center of it, something like that, so that you could have, like, if it was going to be the cover of a book, you'd need a place to have paracosmic displayed, so the title of the book would need to be displayed somewhere. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of this blending that I'm doing here?
Nice. Looks great.
Different colors, but now I'm kind of blending in some of this to shade it. So I'm hoping it will, end up looking more like you can see how the dragon's getting like darker as it goes down. So it doesn't look like it's, you know, conflicting tones. They're going to blend together.
Right. Dude, we got to do the playthrough. We can do the playthrough and edit it, so it's not all one big thing.
Yeah, I don't feel like I have the energy to go on from that. I mean, we've been at this since 9 o'clock.
Yeah, can you? Yeah, Michael's right though. We got to do more shorts. We got to. We haven't done the full court social media press with all the trimmings and
You're right
fixings.
about that. Yes. I've been saying the same thing too. Rather than long marathon sessions that I can't really sustain, we need to do more shorts.
Well, that's not what I meant. I meant that we need to do those in addition. But like you said,
In
one.
addition, but I mean also, I'm not talking about shorts. Okay, so what we've been doing is basically start at 9 o'clock. We end up going till like 1 or something like that. That's a really long session. Most people are going to see if the whole thing gets posted unedited. People are going to look at that and go,
Well,
"Whoa, that's way too long."
I know, but like you're saying, just do one of those. Yeah, no, you'd be surprised. But
Okay,
yeah, you go look around at the other people, you'd be surprised.
okay.
But yeah, not every day. I understand. You can't do this every day. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Just shorter, it's like one long one a week, and the rest are somewhat shorter.
Yeah, that I could do.
Mm-hmm. Boop 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 doop boop doop doo.
What do you think with the blending?
You're looking good. It's looking good. But he's also right about picking a time and sticking with it and being more. He said, he goes, you got to be right on Johnny on the spot with that.
Yeah, you've got to be reliable.
Yeah,
Then people who find you once can know how to find you again.
yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Ow, God, oh, oh that
What?
hurt. I rolled my wheeled office chair into my heel. You ever done that?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and it was hard.
Right, right. Do 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 do. Mhm. Okay,
What?
working on it.
Oh, that's looking pretty good. I gotta say.
Gonna get this mother pus bucket to work.
Oh, that's really gross.
Tony, is he still with us?
I don't
Probably,
know.
probably fell asleep. Logged off.
It's pretty late.
Well, you got to get on the right schedule, sport.
Who are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Okay then.
Because you're like the whole. You just keep avoiding the doing the work at night thing. We're working on the paracosmic convergence, folks. If anybody's out there listening.
Uh-huh. And I'm working on my dragon. Put my dragon up front and center. I want people to see the beautifulness of my dragon right now.
Okay.
It is looking pretty beautiful. Don't you agree?
Uh,
You better agree.
what the hell?
You better, because it's a fine looking dragon. I especially like the way his eyes are. Eye is really striking. I think it looks good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's got the bright red on the face, which is going to gradiate into these orangey red tones and get gold down here towards the bottom.
How you like that Star Trek Online?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it quite a bit. Yes, it's very good.
Cool.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. Put my dragon up front and center, dude.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Just wait.
Show the dragon.
Almost there. Okay. I'm trying to get this thing to do what I want and it won't do it. Okay. It won't do it. All right. To dragon. Right. There's the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Well, oh my God. There you go. You're
What?
on. Yeah, there. Okay.
Do you like the way the black is coming out on the spikes?
What the fuck? Yeah, looking nice. Looking nice. Right on, right on. Huh. Oy, 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 oy. So, uh, can I interest you in playing some Star Trek?
You want to play it like on here or what are you
Nah,
talking about? Nah.
just in general.
Actually, I'm kind of grooving on this coloring right now.
Okay, enjoy the coloring. Let's do some more coloring right here. Then, fine. Uh,
So here's an interesting off top. It's not really one of the topics that you had selected here, but I think it would be an interesting topic, at least to me. It seems like it would be. Curious to know. Um, he wants to play in the bathroom. What's that all about? So the next question is, what was the first D&D game you ever played? Who was it with? And what did you think of it? What were your first impressions? Where did you play? Details. Describe your first D&D gaming experience. Did you kill a dragon?
uh,
Because if you did, this dragon's going to come off this page and kick your ass.
um,
Let's start with, how did you hear about Dungeons and Dragons first?
I was trying to remember the people involved. I was at my cousin. It was my uncle. Well, I had heard. I don't remember where I heard D&D. I had a bait. I think it was a. Where the hell did I first hear it? Convention, maybe. Somebody at the neighborhood, somewhere like that. I had heard about it, and but I'd never seen anything of it. It's just some person talking about it or mentioning the word or something. The first time I saw any of the stuff was I went down into my uncle's basement to get him and my dad a beer. And when I went down there, I saw uh, boxes of colors, and I couldn't see that well. But as a young kid, I could sniff. I go, there's a game or a toy in that. I can just tell by the packaging.
Right.
I could sniff that shit out like a pig with a truffle, and I go, that's toy or game related. So I went in there and I go, what the hell is all that stuff? I started looking at it. And I was like, wow, man, it's like little toys and metal stuff and things like that. And that's for the first thing I saw were miniatures. And then there was some stuff under some tarp, and I opened that up, and there was BX and Rogues Gallery and a bunch of stuff. And I said, okay, um, wow, that's Dungeons and Dragons. I'm like, because my uncle played Dungeons and Dragons. He doesn't seem like the kind of. So I got the beers and I went up there and I'm like, Uncle Tony, are you playing this guy? Are you playing Dungeons and Dragons? Are you a game guy? And I business shit, you know. So and he says, do you like that stuff? And I says, well, I've heard about it, you know. So that's kind of how I got into it. He goes, well, I've got a bunch of it. If I don't sell it, I'll give it to you. Because what he was doing is he's a nice guy. Uncle Tony's great, but what he was doing is he was getting extra copies of the stuff, like, and taking it home and then selling it. So at like rummage sales and shit, flea markets, shit like that. So I think me and my cousin took some of the stuff and went over to the neighbor's house. There was two boys that lived at the neighbor's house, my aunt and uncle's house. The neighbor had two boys, Andy and Tom. And so the four of us played, and we didn't know what the hell we were doing. So it was more of we looked through the books and rolled some dice and talked about walking through dungeons and shit like that. And so I told some friends of mine that I had done it with my cousin and the twins. These boys were twins. I had a lot. I had an inordinate amount of twins in my generation, in my area. Somebody should look into that as some sort of weird DNA anomaly. There are a lot of twins. Like, how many twins did you know going through school?
My best friends, actually, first people I ever played D&D with were twins.
Okay, but how many did you know in totality going through public school?
Well, I moved around a lot, so I knew quite a lot of twins, but not real well.
Okay,
There
well, right? Okay,
yeah.
How many?
Let's see, 4 sets of twins.
Okay, but that's going up and down the eastern seaboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so in my town alone, there was Hetzel Press. Not all of them were identical, but some of them were. There was Seafeld.
Oh, if we're not counting identical exclusively, then bump it up to 6.
Okay, so there was Meisinger, Presti, Seafeld, Bosley. Let's how many others? Andy and Hetzel. So okay, so 6, but they were all in my town. And at that time, the town was 6,000 people.
Oh wow!
So it was kind of high.
That's a high proportion. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So anyway, so we played with them, and then I went and took it to my place, and the little pieces that my uncle gave me, and then we went to the public library, and they had some of it, so we had enough of a set between all that to play. And we didn't. We made up our own. We didn't play any of the modules. We tried to play the Keep on the Borderland with the Bosley twins, me and my cousin. We didn't know what the hell we were doing. Is that how it worked? Yeah. And so, but I ended up playing AD&D first, really, as a full game where we knew what we were doing. It was AD&D. And because I was into that shit. Everybody's like, well, why don't we, here, these ones are smaller. I don't know, man. Those are cooler. They're bigger. I want more rules. I want a war game. So I wanted to play advanced. I wasn't one of these that go, everything's hard. But so we played that. But we went and made our own stuff. We didn't go buy a module. That was for sissies. And that cost more money. So we went and got, one of the things that I got from my uncle was the hex paper. It was ridiculously expensive, but it was also something that wasn't. Graph paper was easy to find. Everybody had graph paper. It was 1978 or whatever. And so getting graph paper was easy. Getting hex paper wasn't. So we had the hex paper to make the outdoor part. And then we had the graph paper and we made the dungeon part. and we made a whole, well, not like a big plan or anything, but we made I think I made a couple pages worth of overland, wilderness, stuff like that, mountains and things to walk through, and put some dungeons inside there and stuff like that.
Did you start off being the dungeon master, or did you start off as a player?
No, I got stuck being DM right away.
Because you were the one who probably delved in and got into the
Right, because I learned all the rules.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I can see you doing that.
Yep. So that's why I was doing that deal. So, and I wasn't.
Did you have as much fun, do you think, as a dungeon master?
I wasn't, not at first. I wasn't happy about that I had to do it, and so I was very adversarial.
Oh, okay.
I wanted it to be over so I could take mine, because the deal was I was going to do it, learn the rules, do it, and then teach the other guys, and we would round robin.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't want to do it, and neither did they. So it really became kind of a competition. How long can you stay alive before I kill you without, breaking the rules? Because as soon as you die, your ass is getting in. It's my turn to play now. You got to be the DM. So,
right.
So we played. It was. That's why when all these, I don't want to sound like anything bad, but that's why I go. I prefer the very lethal. And you guys are all complaining, and we played hardcore, and we didn't want to level up real fast, because if the game ended or if we beat the game, then the next game we might have to be the DM, and that would suck. So we wanted to, and plus it was just funner to earn the level than to just have the XP thrown at us because we got gold and stuff like that. The other thing was I had treasure. I wasn't an asshole about it, but I wasn't putting smog levels of gold piles in dungeons for these guys either. It was a little bit more proportional, and but we didn't do gold for XP because we all thought that was fucking stupid. We read that and we go, no, that's dumb. We're not doing that. Why would you get XP from having money? You get it from killing shit, So we never played with gold for XP. And we had we played in that guy's living room, and then I got some miniatures of my own, and then we went down to my place because I had the table for miniatures, and we played down there. So, but that was the first game was something I made up on hex paper, and I wrote, I think it was 2 pages of wilderness, and maybe 4 or 5 dungeons inside those 2 pages. Pages were 8.5 by 11. I remember how many exact hexes that came out to, but it wasn't huge. But it wasn't. I didn't want some small things, so we did that. There were some other things. There was a temple and stuff like that. I remember that I took a lot of stuff out of Atari. Like I tried. Part of it was like a piece of Riddle of the Sphinx, shit like that. We borrowed from a lot of things that we were playing, a lot of Atari games and stuff like that, so that I used as ideas for the maps and shit. So, and I use color pencils to make the maps. I use Crayola color pencils.
That's cool.
Yeah, I had full color maps. The dungeon maps weren't full color, but the overland were full color. Yep. I wish I still had that stuff, but somebody.
The original stuff that you wrote.
Well, yeah, the original maps and all that, but all that stuff got thrown away because if anybody ever listens to this, which I doubt I will, I have a full TSR collection. I had everything. My uncle gave me everything. The reason I don't have the stuff that a lot of people go, here's my character sheet from 1983. I would have all that stuff in a Trapper Keeper. I have a, he's still alive, so I shouldn't say had, but my father was OCD, like straight up real hard. He still is. And there was there was no hiding that shit.
Yeah.
There's no hiding that shit. It wasn't, and up on a shelf wasn't good enough. It was paper that existed that, you know, you
Right.
just couldn't, there was no way. So all that stuff was gone. If you don't know, if you've never dealt with true OCD of that level, then you're probably like, I don't know what the hell he means by no way. But
I've dealt with it personally because
woof.
your father threw out some of my stuff. My work clothes, actually, when I was in between jobs and I was actively hunting for a job, my entire work wardrobe, chucked it. Didn't even ask me because it was in the way.
Right.
And then there was a perfectly good mattress. They chucked that also. They did buy me a new one. And that was that was a while ago. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe you.
So, but that was the kind of thing. It wasn't just. So anyway, so that's why I don't have a lot of that stuff. But yeah, that was what I did. I remember it being probably 2 pages, something like that. But yeah, so, but that was my first game. Was DMing that custom stuff. It had a little bit of Gorilla Sphinx. It had a little bit of Pitfall, something like that. So, then the second one we did, I don't know if second might be not second, but it was relatively soon after. I got the board game Dungeon, and so we used that board as a dungeon map to play Beck Me. Because
Okay.
my people, so that was actually a few years later. Beck Me didn't come out to 82 or something like that. But there was a couple guys that had moved into the area, and they couldn't. Their parents wouldn't buy them the AD&D stuff because it was too expensive, and
Uh-huh.
they got Beck Me from like a grandma or something. Like Beck Me, if people don't know, is it means basic, expert, companion, master, immortal. It was the last TSR version before second edition. So anyway, it was the one that you could find. Well, I guess you could find BX in B Dalton, but Beck Me you could find in like KB Toys and stuff like that for a while, and it was one of the more simple, supposedly, but anyway, it's a neat set. So they had that, and they wanted to get some use out of it. And some people felt that AD&D was too difficult, too complex. So we went and played Beck Me, and we used the dungeon board. We played the dungeon board game, but some of these guys said it was boring, so we just used it as a dungeon to play the Beck Me with. So what we would do is, if you've never played Dungeon has here. Okay. Hopefully this is one of those. Okay, thank you. So here's the map, the board. So when you look at it, you can see it's got different colors. So each color was a different level. So yeah, like orange was first level, and so the deeper you went, it's meant to look like it goes deeper, the way that the little spaces, but all those little cracks are different. They're like the spaces you walk on.
Right.
So we didn't do any of that shit because I don't remember how we did movement, but anyway, so what we did, we kind of did half Beck Me and half Dungeon, but we used it as kind of a random monster generator. Because so what you would do is you would walk into the dungeon, and you would draw a card, and that card would tell you what monster's in there to fight. They'd be random. And there would be a treasure card, and the treasure card would be, okay, I killed the monster. So now draw your treasure card, and it would tell you what it had. Stuff like that.
That's pretty cool.
It's a fun game. It really is kind of a fun board game, but you don't play as a party. You play like Monopoly, where you pick a piece and then you play against everybody else.
Oh,
And
right.
we wanted to play a party, so we played Beck Me with it, but we used all the cards as generators and stuff like that. So we did that for a while because it was now we didn't have to make our own dungeon. But after a while, you start going, well, we know where every room is, and just because the monsters are random, it starts getting boring being in the same place. So we went back to making our own dungeons, stuff like that.
Makes sense.
But that was a big one. So, and we played it like a party. We didn't play it where we were all against each other or separated. We went in there as a group of 4 and played. So,
Right.
and I had everything. So, man, people go, oh, those things take too long and all that. Here's what I did. I went on. I had a Tandy 600 laptop,
Uh-huh.
and it had the shell program on it was Office, not Microsoft Office. That I don't think it was Microsoft Office, but it had the Office things. It had word processor, spreadsheet, database. Okay,
Mhm.
so and my dad had bought. I don't even know why, but he had bought this. It might have been because I asked for it. Whatever, maybe even I bought this. I don't know, but we had this thing called Forms Designer, and it was the best thing. I wish that program worked now, because all you had to do to make forms with it was draw with arrows, and it was super simple. So I could make up my own character sheets, because character sheets, like a book of those, cost like $8. They were really expensive,
Mhm.
and it was just I can't afford all that. I'll go through those really fast, and I got to go buy more. They're really expensive. But
Mhm.
a ream of dot matrix printer paper, you get this big thick. It was like a brick. So I used that program to make character sheets. We didn't care that they looked bad. It was like, well, character sheets can be a work of art and all that. Why, dude? All you're doing is referencing it for numbers. What we had was perfectly fine. So we had that. We used the spreadsheet, which was a little bit more simplistic than um, Excel, but um, we used the spreadsheet to keep track of hit points and gold and all that stuff too, and the monsters and the thing. I had the whole thing set up with that computer, so everything was super easy to do. Here's your sheets. Here's you know, I was very well organized. In some ways, I always think to myself, why were you so much better organized as a young kid than you are now? But I use that.
But you had an OCD father who was about to throw away all your stuff.
Well, there you go. But I used that thing, and we had everything all set up with the computer, and including, okay, to be fair, I had some time, but the forms. What I would do also is I would copy all the charts and stuff like that. We had um, a copy machine at the library, and it took like nickels or something like that. So we would go and find nickels on the street and stuff like that when we were riding around our bikes and shit, and pennies and things like that. And we'd go to the bank and get enough, silver, and go make copies. So everybody had a copy of the stuff because we didn't have the screens right away. So we just had copies of the stuff. Eventually, you'd buy the screen, and then you wouldn't have to do that because the screen had all the charts on it. But we always had copies of the charts, so we didn't have to dig through the books, and our own character sheets and all that stuff. So we were all set up, and we had the Tandy 600 next to the board, sitting on this bar, and all the players were sitting on the patron side. We had a bar in our basement, like a drinking bar.
Yeah, wet bar.
Yeah, well, no, this was a bar. This you could take a nap on this shit. It was big, and it had its big mahogany thing. It was like a tavern bar. It was big, and so we would we sat on, all the players would sit on the patron side, and then the DM would sit on the bartender side. We had these high stools for it, and it had like a neon light over it. My dad had rigged this thing up, and it had a beer light over it, and the beer light plugged into a socket. So we would unplug the beer light, and we would plug the computer into the socket.
Mm-hmm.
And because the battery wasn't worth a shit, and my dad would get mad if we drained it, so we would plug it in, and so we had everything all set up on that bar to play, and we would play D&D, all sorts of stuff on that bar doing that. Everything it worked slick as shit, man. That little 600 would crank out charts and sheets and anything you did for it with that forms maker is easy as pie. So I wish I had it now. It would be a lot easier than if you think, oh, I got to make a form. Well, you got to make Word, dude. It takes you all day to figure all that stuff out. With the old forms maker for that Tandy, it was super simple. All you did was, you want to write your name here? Here, draw a line with the arrows and hit enter when you're done, and that's the line. Oh, you want a label for it? Here, just go to the menu and hit label, and then take your mouse and put the shit. Click there once. Box, type, name. All right, there's my name field. Hit points field, blah, 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 all that stuff. You couldn't do graphics, you could, but who gives a shit? So you'd make that out. That thing was awesome. So I'd have a list of all my monsters and where they are and all their hit points. I wouldn't have to go into the book and do references for anything like that if I didn't want to, or I could change them up, stuff like that. So change up their hit dice and stuff so they weren't so easy to determine, that kind of crap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's how I played.
Sounds pretty cool. So what was the play experience itself? Oh, shit.
Whoops.
Yeah, that was a whoops. I have to put some liquid paper on there to kind of fix that. That's the problem with using a little too much water. And it wasn't dry by the time I tried to do that. So I'll have to fix that. But darn. It was coming along so well, too.
That's
well,
right.
live and learn. It's my first thing. I should have probably picked a picture I liked less as my first attempt so that I wouldn't end up ruining the one that I liked the most. But I can fix it. Just put a little blue, little white paper on there. Just blow it back. No one will know. Or we could say he got injured in battle. That would work too. What do you think?
Right.
Yeah. But anyway. Anyway, I'm still going to finish the picture, even though I made that mess up. I'm not going to give up just because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this paper really isn't, you can see it. It got, kind of. But still like it.
Let's play Star Trek.
Okay. I think he's really a cool dragon. I think he's going to look awesome. I need a bit of a break, though, in between playing Star Trek and this, because I got to clean up my food mess, because it smells really strong of pizza and chicken wings in here. But yeah, I think he looks good.
She's trying to get out of it.
What? I'm not trying to get out of it. I'm really not.
Thank you. I
Do
appreciate
you think that the colors are blended and that they look good? I mean, here, let me give you a...
Yeah, they look great. You're doing great.
That kind of blends. The colors are not really, you can't really... They're not true. The camera is not truly representing what you can see with the naked eye. What you can see with the naked eye is actually looks better than this, but hopefully...
Right. Oh, it looks great. Looks great.
Look at his eyes. Look at
Yeah, that's very well
eyes.
done. Yeah.
Like
It's going to look very good.
scare you. Ha. Dragon come for you. Okay. I am going to go and take my chicken foods with me, and I think we should probably sign off now. It's really late at night, so we'll sign out of this, and then we'll meet you in Steam for some game playing. What do you think?
Right.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Well,
Okay.
thanks everyone joining us for this. Oh, I'm like on camera now.
One of these days we'll do it all right.
Yeah. Yeah. One of these days we'll get it all right. But thank you guys for hanging out with us. Anyone who stayed through. This is going to be heavily edited, so hopefully what stays on the website is good. Don't forget to take the time, Storm, to edit it and take out the stuff that is, maybe.
A giant bag of dicks.
Well, yeah. I mean, so just don't substitute it with a mini bag of dicks because that's somehow worse.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Or a bag of mini dicks is even worse. Anyway, I will talk to you later and hope everyone
Alrighty.
has a good evening. Okay.